ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Music Mondays. This is episode 67. I hope you're well, man. It's been a week, but it feels like it's been a minute. Sometimes it's fucking crazy that it's been 67 straight weeks since we've been doing the show, man. It's actually really fucking crazy. But yeah, we have a really good show for you guys tonight. Some updates, usual business. Everything's good, man. Everything's good. King Mark, welcome to the stream, homie. I hope you're well. Welcome. Make yourself at home. So yeah, my name is Dom Slays. If you don't know, this is Music Mondays, where we discuss everything and anything, including music, art, underground politics, underground tips, tricks, and pretty much anything to do with independent creativity gets discussed here on Music Mondays. And welcome. This is episode 67. If you haven't seen episode 66, it is live on the YouTube channel. Make sure you go check that out. We're extremely close to 50 subscribers, so it'd be wonderful if you went and dropped a sub on our channel if you haven't already, man. Closing in on that big 50, which is pretty exciting. The show gets uploaded every Saturday, so if you're curious or missed the show or anything like that, the show gets uploaded every Saturday on our channel, so look for it there. All archived episodes are there as well, so make sure you go check that out. So, you guys know that drill. SoundCloud Sunday, volume 28 is live on our SoundCloud right now. Curated by me this week. A couple of the guys were busy, so I put together a playlist combining the submissions and a whole lot of recent music. So that's gonna be really dope, so definitely go check that out. And Hestwick with a tier 1 sub, man. Yo, Hestwick, welcome to the stream, homie. I appreciate it. Thank you. Much love, homie. Much fucking love. I appreciate it. You know, that's super funny. Fucking, I was just thinking about putting new emotes for Music Mondays on the channel, so that's definitely something I gotta get on. So shout out Hestwick for the tier 1, man. Thank you, homie. Thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, SoundCloud Sunday volume 28 live on our SoundCloud. Make sure you go check that out. Curated this week by myself. The staff was a bit busy this week, so it's a combination of submissions and a whole lot of other things, so make sure you go check that out. What's really cool about this week's playlist is Sunset, our designer for Music Mondays, actually designed this week's cover, and I'm gonna be getting the staff involved with covers and things like that a lot more in the future. So SoundCloud Sunday is gonna have like a little bit of a new look to it, so it's gonna be really dope. It's gonna be really dope. Yo, Kale, what's good, homie? I hope you're well. Welcome. You're welcome. I hope you like my song. Yo, let's get it, Heswick. Let's go, baby. Cole, what's good, homie? What's good? Sunset, welcome to stream, homie. Chat, I hope you guys are well. We got a good show tonight, man. We got a good show. We got a whole lot of business to take care of, man. So I'll be animating now. Let's fucking go. See, that's what I'm talking about. Shout out Sunset, man. Speak of the devil, literally This guy Sunset snapped on this week's cover, so make sure you go check out this week's SoundCloud Sunday playlist, man. The best SoundCloud playlist you could ever find. No genre restrictions. Free to submit. The only guideline is that you follow Music Mondays on Twitter. So if you're ever interested in submitting for SoundCloud Sunday, make sure you follow us on socials, man. Super important stuff going on there, and SoundCloud Sunday has been going really, really crazy lately. I'd say probably like the last like 8 or so volumes have been insanely good. Like a real wide span of artists, man. Like there's a huge group of artists that we've recently discovered and just have been putting together. So SoundCloud Sunday has come a long way, 100%. So, what else is going on in Music Mondays? Well, if you don't know, Music Mondays has announced our first official album, Curing Cases of the Mondays. It officially drops this month in less than 2 weeks, in about 12 days. So if you're interested in submitting unreleased exclusive work to our album and being a part of this insane track list, details are linked down below, but you can find a lot more details on our Twitter and things like that. And I recently wrote a detailed article about the album, explaining guidelines, submission details, pretty much everything you'd want to know about Curing Cases of the Mondays. So make sure you go check out that article that dropped this last Friday, and I whipped that up in about a night or so. So definitely go check that out for sure. But our homepage has been really, really good as of late, honestly, because early on we didn't really have like a lot of content on the homepage, and there was just a whole lot of like, you know, it's really just the early stages. So I'm glad that we actually have a decent library of content to go check out on the website now. Written articles, interviews, reviews, all sorts of stuff. So definitely go check out the homepage, 100%. There was one thing that I wanted to mention about the homepage, and I forget what it was, but oh yeah. So recruiting is still open for Music Mondays. If you're interested in joining the Music Monday staff team, or if you're wondering how I do recruiting for Music Mondays, that's very simple. Make sure you go check out the flyer on our socials. Make sure you go send us a message on socials as well. We're mainly looking for writers at the moment, but if you're a designer, curator, underground enthusiast, we'd love to have you on the team. So feel free to send us a pitch or a resume at All Music Mondays. Contact our email as well, or you can send me a message. Either way, at Slays. So recruiting always open, and I'm going to be looking pretty hard within the next month or so for new staff members. So keep your eyes out for sure. King Mark with the Twitch Prime. Let's fucking go. King fucking Mark. Had to swap the Prime over to this account. Let's fucking go, man. With the primers, man. You have... Okay, see. We got Hestwick coming in with a tier 1. King Mark taking the Prime. And he has fucking one place to spend that Prime on Twitch, right? He could take that to anywhere on Twitch, and he chooses to spend it here with Music Mondays and support the Music Mondays platform. That is what I love to fucking see. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Hestwick. I appreciate you guys. Big shout out to you guys. For real. Let's fucking go, man. So, of course, as you guys know, everything I make from the channel goes directly back into Music Mondays. Helps fund pretty much my setup and everything I create with. So rest assured that everything I've ever made for my stream, whether it be streaming video games, I've started the podcast probably like a year and like 5 months ago. So everything I've done through my stream goes directly back into it, so I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, I believe that's it for any major updates. 66 is live on the channel. SoundCloud Sunday Volume 28 is live on our SoundCloud. New article up on the site detailing curing cases in the Mondays. Oh, and I want to mention one more thing before we start talking about, you know, a few topics and things like that. And then we're going to get into reviews shortly as well, of course. But the Music Mondays podcast is now on Spotify. So, if you're a person who listens to podcasts on the go through Spotify, Apple Podcasts, anywhere that you do listen to podcasts, Music Mondays is now available on all platforms. So, we're available on YouTube as well. You can watch every episode of Music Mondays on YouTube, and we're slowly uploading all 60 plus episodes to all audio sites. Uploading about 10 every week. So, make sure you follow our pages for details on that. Make sure you guys just stay up to date with that. And really, the archive of the show gives like such a really good insight on like the journey that Music Mondays has really just been on so far, and like my own journey, and really even the first episode describing like what the show is fucking crazy. I pretty much discussed a little bit about it last week, so make sure you go check out episode 66. But yeah, I think the first 30 or so episodes are available on all audio sites. So if you take podcasts on the go, you listen to podcasts at work, at the gym, you don't use YouTube, or you do use YouTube, it's available everywhere. So go check that out, 100%. And it's actually one of the more easier ways to support us. So if you're interested in that as well, go stream us on all audio sites. So that's about it for updates, man. It's been a busy week here in Music Mondays. We have a new staff member that's being announced tomorrow. More Spotify uploads this week. Brand new article Friday. Train just keeps rolling, man. So make sure you stay up to date. And yeah, we just got a whole lot going on this month. May's definitely gonna be busy, but the album is like the number one pinnacle right now for Music Mondays, and it's gonna be really, really nutty. And the second trailer is also live on our channel, so if you haven't seen that, definitely go check that out. Trailer 1 and 2 are live, so go show those some love. So this week, man, I have an interesting topic that we can discuss here. And after I sip this coffee, we can really get into a short topic, and then we'll hop into some reviews, and we'll go from there. Can't wait for this album. Yo, the lineup already is actually crazy, and I've already reached out to a couple people to see what's good, and I feel like this third trailer is really going to get people really excited, to be honest with you. So this album is really a showcase of not only the Music Mondays community, but just underground artists in general that don't necessarily like have the platform to show off their own work, right? So if they want to submit an unreleased song for the album, and still release it on stores and all that, that's fine. But they might not have the access to be able to spread a song on an album, or you know, have a collab or things like that. So this album is a really good showcase for the current community, and that's one of my favorite parts about it, honestly. Okay, so chat, listen up. There is a topic of discussion that has come up for myself for a very long time, right? Before Music Mondays was even really a thing. Let me tweet the stream out as well. Before Music Mondays was even a thing, and back when I was working for other platforms, back when, you know, I would work with 29 Club and manage artists over there, and there was always, like, you know, certain artists that had a lot of trouble with social media. And trouble with social media, what do I mean by that, right? And I'm not talking like, you know, like how to like promote on social media or anything like that. Like, they just have trouble getting themselves in the habit of social media. They're in trouble on social media. There's a lot of that. There's a whole lot of that. And you know, I'm not really talking about the people that like stay off socials for like a limited time for like, say, like mental health sake, right? Because we all know that socials can be like really, really dog shit, right? But one thing that I think people really have a big misconception with is, as an artist and navigating social media, like, where do you draw the line, right? Because I see a lot of people like, you know, sort of being an artist and promoting their music sometimes, but like their account is like mostly like a casual sort of, for the lack of a better term, like a local kind of account, right? Like, you just use Twitter to retweet a bunch of bullshit. And I think when artists and people like that blur the line and sort of like, you know, almost distract themselves from what they're really on socials for, and then go to turn around and blame socials for being toxic, it's really like the lack of perception here that's like a big deal. Because if you're perceiving social media as this hateful, toxic drag that's such a bitch, algorithms and this and this and this, you know, or, you know, you putting your heart in politics, or, you know, have like strong opinions. And like, don't get me wrong, having strong opinions is fine, you know, because you'll so, like myself, for example, right? Like, you'll see me talk my shit every once in a while, but like, I'm looking at the people who like do this every day, daily, you know, in and out, and just really like put their emotions and can't really like take a step back and just use socials as a tool. Because for us artists, we're supposed to be the people, whether you create digital art, you make music, anything, right? I don't care if you make fucking macaroni paintings. We're supposed to be the people that people look to for an escape. Whether you're a producer, you're a vocalist, people go to you that are supporters. I'm not talking about your friends, I'm not talking about your artist mutuals, I'm talking about your real supporters that come to you for an escape. You know, like, it's the same thing with streaming. You know, people come to streams to escape and vibe out and listen to music, and, you know, nobody wants to talk about politics. Nobody wants to talk about fucking the problems of the world, you know? And I'm not talking about the people that vent either, you know what I mean? Because I used to be a big venter on social media. That's not what I'm talking about either. But it's the people that are constantly, like, blurring the line of, like, what normal people do on social media and what upcoming artists should be doing on social media. And I really think that's a line that's not talked about enough. Because people always sit back and they're like, dude, like, why can't I do this, and why can't I, like, you know, gain a following, and why does this keep happening? And motherfucker, bro, you hop on social media, Twitter, Instagram, wherever the fuck, and you treat it like everybody else does. You're not everybody else. Treat yourself like an artist, like a creative, and hop on there, do your fucking business, and get off. Stop putting your emotions in that bullshit. And I see that way too much, like way too fucking much, and people use it as like a crutch to be like, yeah, man, I don't like social media and all this, bro. I don't like social media in my fucking balls, dude. Like, brother, that's not how the game is. You know what I mean? It's not 2003 anymore. Like, if you want to find your right audience and you want to find your community and you're an artist who's stuck in a small town and you have no money, what the fuck are you supposed to do? The internet is an open book for a lot of people, and I've seen it change lives overnight, and I've seen it change lives over years. But the misconception that it's anything more than a tool is what's like a lot of people's almost downfall, because you don't have to treat it as like a professional, because after a certain point you can pay somebody to run your socials, or you could have a homie do it, or you know, there's tons of people that do that, right? But you have to do the legwork now. And like all that like mental health rah-rah and all that other bullshit, bro. There's a mute button for a reason. There's a block button for a reason, bro. You can even mute search terms and all this other horse. Bro, get it off your timeline. Because we can go scroll my timeline right now, and I guarantee you there's no politics. There's no crazy shit. Bro, 90% of my timeline is my mutual artists, Music Mondays bullshit, and like UFC shit, because they tweet a million times a day. Like, and like you have to curate it in a way where you're consuming positive content, because a lot of these places don't have to be as dreadful as people make them out to be. So in turn, it makes it a lot easier to go on them and post content every day. And you know, I'm not saying, you know, you have to like hop on and you know, spend 8 hours a day on social media, you know what I mean? Because that's also not great. Because like I said from the jump, like socials aren't exactly the most healthy thing, right? But to sleep on what it does for upcoming artists, digital artists, like bro, I even see the painters and all types of digital artists that don't even have fucking portfolios and shit. Super talented motherfuckers that could be spreading like their artwork and like make a million pieces and just don't make portfolios and shit like that. And if that's not your gig, right, and you're just sort of like doing this for fun, whatever, this conversation isn't for you. But if you're wondering why you can't get any traction, it's like, it's mostly laziness. You know what I'm saying? Like it's mostly laziness. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Get your ass on fucking socials, post your shit, be like, hey, I'm talented as fuck, look at me. Go find your community, follow fucking 500 artists that you think fucking would fuck with your shit. Find people, bro. Because believe me, when I kept my head down for Music Mondays, and after the big ass platform that I came from, that sold its shit to the devil, bro, I thought the whole community was dead. You know what I mean? I thought the dream was dead. I thought everything was fucking waxed, right? And then I kept my head down and just kept consistent and just like, cause fuck, man, we got like almost 20 plus submissions tonight, and there was a point I was barely getting 2, literally just 20 episodes ago, which is only 20 weeks. Think about that. So that's what 20 consistent weeks can do if you just shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? And like Mark said, my block list is so damn long. Like it's really that simple. You know what I mean? Like and if you know you want to stay mutuals with somebody and they're always tweeting the bullshit, mute them. You don't gotta block everybody. And then if you don't know them, block them. You know what I mean? Like, especially for your own mental health, like that shit comes first, but you don't sacrifice your career for that shit. You know what I mean? Fuck that. I'm gonna make this my sandbox. Fuck y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck that. Like, no way. No fucking way. So if that were my artists and they were like, you know, I don't want to do this or I don't want to do that, I'd be like, okay, motherfucker, I'm doing it. You know what I mean? I'll do it for you. Because, like, it's just not something worth missing out on. Believe me, if we're in, you know, the year 3000 and you could, you know, airdrop people fucking a full album and fucking, a t-shirt and fucking all the futuristic bullshit, like, this might not be a conversation. But for the foreseeable future, it's an internet landscape to almost escape out into the real world. And, like, it doesn't have to be such, like, crabs in a barrel mentality. You know what I mean? Hop on this bitch. Show love. Post your shit. Tweet some bullshit. Get your thoughts out. And then get off. You know what I mean? Like, because back to the original point, like, people come to us for an escape. Just like they do streamers, artists, like, just like making art is an escape. Like, people don't come to you for, controversial opinions or political takes or fucking world events and shit. Like, bro, if they want to go watch the news, they would. And, it fucks the person doing that up too, because they're like, oh, this is so toxic, that's so toxic. Because that's all you focus on, bro. You know what I mean? That's all you focus on. So in turn, that's all you're gonna get. Straight up. So my advice, for sure, if you struggle with socials, mute, block, do whatever the fuck you gotta do. Get yourself on a schedule, a steady content schedule every day, and don't overthink it. You know what I mean? And especially if you're just starting out, you know what I mean? Find some more people. Find, an artist that you like, that, has a little bit more of a following than you, and see, who else likes them. And, it's not hard to start a little network by yourself. So, don't get frustrated, and keep your nose out of the world bullshit. You know what I mean? Leave that to the news outlets. Leave that to the Keemstars. Leave that to the fucking succubus motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, don't entertain that bullshit. I'm telling you. Don't. Because ain't nobody want to see it. You know what I mean? It's just the harsh fucking truth. Because coming from somebody that used to sad tweet all the time, like a lot, like a lot, like I was a sad fucking tweeter. Like, you could go ask my old homies. You like, bro, you could go look up some of my sad tweets. Like, but eventually, I stopped. Like, like, you have to get certain thoughts out, right? And then, like, you also have to understand that some of those, like, thoughts and, like, energies that you put out to the world, people are gonna receive those, and they're like, damn, this guy's always sad. Like, you know what I mean? And, like, you don't want people to always think that you fucked up, so it's like, it's alright, bro. You know what I mean? Keep your fucking head up. Keep your homies close. And use social media in a healthy way. Don't let that shit bully you. Own that shit. You know what I mean? Use that shit like a fucking hammer. Straight up. And hammer yourself to fucking victory, motherfucker. You heard? So, that was the topic of discussion today. Just a little, short topic I really wanted to touch on. Because it's something that not even, like, I've just, like, recently noticed. Like, it's been like something since 2018 that I've seen people struggle with, Private account scream to the void. Right, you know what I mean? Do what you gotta do. Like, because that adds on to the point as well, Mark, too, right? Because you don't want to blur the line. Like, people could have, like, an artist account where they talk to, features, mutual artists, and just, bullshit in their artist way. But if you got a rant, if you got a quote, whatever, if you want to talk shit to somebody, bro, go find a private account and go do that shit. You know what I mean? Use it as a local account, do the shit that locals do. Straight up, Like, because that's just as fine, and that way you don't, like, associate all that other bullshit with something that people, like, perceive to be as, like, an escape, because it's like, oh, X artist is always talking about, like, fucking, world events and, quoting, like, negative ass tweets and this and this and this. Eventually you're just gonna be like, fuck it, but to each their own, you know what I mean? Because you gotta get used to it every once in a while. And Rubes, what's good, homie? Welcome. But yeah, you really just gotta get used to that shit, man. And that's my advice, is to just keep your head up, mute and block and do all that horse shit, and don't associate with anything that isn't art or your own life. You know what I'm saying? MYOB. and it's really that simple, you know. And I have a lot easier time, and like I think the thing that I struggle with now is just having so much fucking shit to do, and uh having to do it all the time, you know what I mean? Post on Music Mondays on 4 different accounts, post on Zomslays on 4 different accounts. It definitely does get draining, but do you know how much more draining it would be if I paid attention to the horse shit? You know what I mean? Fuck. So, very important topic. Make sure you stay healthy on socials, man, and stay away from the bullshit. Somebody wants to argue on social media, bro, check them, but don't do all that shit all the time. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, to each their own. Like, you can either just block it out or just, like, stay up to date with, like, whatever relevant shit, but, like, you don't have to be a fucking NPC. And, you know, especially if you're an artist, though, you know what I mean? Like, none of that shit should matter to you, realistically. And, like I said, if it's something that's, like, that important to you, go fucking have a private account, like Mark said. You know what I mean? Private accounts the move, you know? Shit, all the homies used to have fences and all that, sort of vibe back in the day, you know? Everybody still does, shit, you know? Fuck me. But, chat, that's that on that, man. And that's how you stay healthy on socials, bro. At least the way I do it. And, how to actually be productive as well too, you know what I mean, and not you know, just become a robot and just only post music and shit like that, because you know you want to have some fun and fucking, you know, fucking troll and shit like that. That's fine too, you know what I mean. You just can't fucking, you know, do it all the motherfucking time, you know. Don't overthink shit. Exactly, bro. Exactly. You got the right idea, man. You got the right idea. And, like, fucking mind your own business, too, motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people out there, like, not you, chat, but, like, there's a lot of people out there that are way too fucking concerned with other shit, you know what I mean? Like, way too concerned. So, let's go check out our subs for the week, man. So, oh, Absono, what's good, homie? I didn't realize that was you. Welcome. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Not too shabby. Yeah, see, that's why, man. Let's go. Decent amount. So, before we get started, you guys know the drill. But if you don't and you're new here and you're like, Zom, or Music Mondays, how the fuck do I get my song on the podcast and what the fuck's going on and yada yada yada? This is how you do it, man. We take submissions via Twitter, not through DM or any other social. Just to keep the show free flow, give respect to everybody else who submits to the show, and just so we don't have to bounce around and open a bunch of tabs, follow links, Google Drive, yada yada yada. So the easiest way for you to get your art here on Music Mondays, whether it be a portfolio, unreleased, released, cover art, short films, anything like that, drop it below these tweets. And if you're not already following us, what are you doing? Make sure you follow us on Twitter at All Music Mondays. But every week following the show, every Tuesday, these tweets will be available. And they read as follows: artists and creatives, submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on 5/2/22 at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, twitch.tv/SomPlays. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creation, drop your links to portfolios below. All our forms are welcome. So, contrary to our name, Music Mondays has reviewed things from cover art, digital art, paintings, uh, digital creations, fashion, merchandise, NFTs, you name it, short films, literally everything we've reviewed here on Music Mondays. So if you feel that you're an independent creator, you're trying to show off your work, make sure you drop your portfolios and media under this tweet. And like I said, they go live every Tuesday after the show. So if you're live here watching on Monday, the tweet will go live tomorrow. If you're watching on YouTube, the tweet should already be live. So yeah, honestly, just make sure you stay up to date, follow us on socials, and you should be good to go. But there is also, of course, precursors. The only guideline that we have here on Music Mondays is to make sure you're following us on Twitter. If you're not following us on Twitter, we will not be reviewing your submission. This has been a rule for I'd say the last month or so. Just to keep the sort of random submissions out and the people that support the show come first. Because if we have time at the end of the show, we might go through them and things like that. But there are people that follow Music Mondays and really want to get on the show every week. So we would love to cater to them first and then just go down the list accordingly. So the only thing that we ask is that you follow the page, and we pretty much go through everything here. So that's that. We can get started. So first up, we have the homie Purge of Eden. Purge of Eden was an artist that we came across recently through SoundCloud Sunday. Our staff member, Dr. Freon, actually curated him, I want to say 2 or 3 weeks ago. And really is one super, super unique fucking artist. Eden has such a wide range of almost genres, but their quality is really insane. Really, really insane. I don't remember the name of the first track that they ever submitted, but there was one track that got on SoundCloud Sunday, and it was really fucking crazy. But this week, they submitted a track titled Bags, featuring Saint Nick. So let's go check this out, man. We're going to pop this open in a new Tambourine. Bada bing, bada boom. The cover's fire, honestly. See, it really do be the simple covers that just fucking hit, bro. It really... I don't know why. Maybe I'm just biased, but I like the simple covers a lot. But sometimes crazy covers hit too. So 26 days ago, so relatively new. Bags, featuring Saint Nick, Purge of Eden. Let's check this out. Holy shit. This is heat. The beat was really fucking good on this. I enjoyed that. Honestly. Yeah, cause like I think last week we had like a really interesting track from Eden that was like really fucking dark, and this one was like way more of like a aggressive, almost trap banger. Like this is some good shit right here. And honestly, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Um, Night Lavelle. That's a great comparison. That's a great comparison. I like that comparison a lot. Holy shit. You know, it's not that I always forget about Night Lavelle. It's just like he's just always there, I guess. So it's like I don't know why I never think of him, but that's a great comparison. Um. So yeah, I really enjoyed this. But you guys know the drill. Let's break this down. We're gonna talk about this in three topics. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track. So, I think the beat here is probably one of the shining stars on this. Honestly, I really enjoyed the vocal sample. I have a similar track that uses like almost like a holy like almost like a holy vibe, almost like not gospel, but like it sounds church like, and like they make for like almost really great like teetering drill trap beats, and like man, it's like the coolest shit. It's really really the coolest shit when you use those the right way. But I definitely say the instrumental is one of the shining stars here. Um, the drums are great. 100% the drums are great. Not too overbearing. The mix is really really good. Bumps hard. Vocals don't clash with the beat or anything like that. But more so specifically, the pattern's really good. And I really like the sound selection for sure. Overall, this is like a really well done instrumental for like what it is, right? Because sometimes these like vocals can be like, you know, they can be a bit weird to work with as a prod, you know, because sometimes, you know, you can't find the right drums for it or anything like that. But I think this prod really made this work 100%. So, um, instrumental was fire 100%. And it was like just dark enough, but like the drums made it more bouncy. So, like, dark and bouncy is like some really good shit, in my opinion. Um, it makes for like a hard track. Like I don't know why, but I feel like it's a really good combo. So let's talk about vocals, man. We got Eden on the first verse, and then Saint Nick coming in on the second. Eden sounds really, really good on this. I like their vocal mix a lot. I would say, man, like some people like mixing differently. Some people, you know, have like a certain way they like to do their vocals and shit like that. And it actually looks like this was prod, mixed, and engineered by the producer as well. So that's actually really sick. So there's like a consistent sound across this. So that's good. Um, but I enjoy the vocal mix a lot, especially for Eden though. All right, so the writing for Eden's verse is definitely something that I would say is like insane, but it gets the job done here. Like I feel like Eden did this beat real good justice, to be honest with you. Um I like the hook a lot. They didn't like overdo it with like such a simple hook, which is really good. Um but I'd say Eden's verse is probably one of the shining stars here as far as vocals go. I really, really like Eden's verse. Just really good songwriting in my opinion. Um, Simple bars, catchy bars, and sort of just like kept the bounce. Just really good cadence. And the thing with Saint Nick, right, is like I guess Saint Nick could be like, you know, this song could be different if it was just Saint Nick, I guess. But considering Saint Nick is a feature, I feel like he brings a good element to this track, because Eden has such like a distinct sound here. So I think Saint Nick was really able to bring something different that really just gave the song like a new twist and really kept up with like the dark sort of theme they had going on here. And Nick just sort of really did his thing on it. And I really think that when you have features for tracks like this, or really any track for that matter, um, as long as they're bringing something like different to the table and like they're adding to the track rather than like, it's both of you guys like sounding the same, or you know competing with each other or anything like that. If the feature sounds like the feature and they sound different, I think that's really dope. And like I said, it just makes for a really, really good feature, 100%. So Saint Nick was definitely more on the simplistic side, but I feel like he did his thing 100%. Definitely contributed, like I said, to the more darker side of things, and I fuck with that a lot, for sure, 100%. Um, but like, I almost feel like, heading into the theme, like I almost feel like it wasn't like a super dark theme, but like I feel like it's really easy for Eden to sound dark, you know. Lyrically, it wasn't very dark, but I feel like Eden's voice is like so just like really deep and like almost aggressive. So it makes it sound dark, but like the lyrical content like almost gives it like a really good dynamic. And then you add an instrumental like this, you kind of got like a really good mixture here. I'm not gonna lie. So I fuck with this track a lot, 100%. So lyrically, this theme was good, 100%. The sound and the lyrics almost give like two different vibes, but they all come together really nicely. Like I said, the cover, pretty minimalistic, but I like these. In my opinion, I really think it's more so an opinion thing, to be honest with you. But I do enjoy these covers, and it's better than just like no cover, I guess. You know what I mean? So it's just like, damn, this is a fresh ass picture. Let's use that as cover. Boom. You know what I mean? Shows a little bit effort than uh, not having one, I guess, or anything like that. But overall, I think this is a bop, 100%. I fuck with this track a lot. And realistically, the comments are relatively positive as well. You know what I mean? 26 days ago. I fuck with this a lot, 100%. For sure, for sure. So, with that said, shout out to Eden. Shout out to Nick. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the submission, homie. Much fucking love. And of course, per usual, make sure you follow Purge of Eden on Twitter. Make sure you follow Purge of Eden on SoundCloud. And if you're watching on YouTube, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the YouTube re-upload. Check the description for everybody's links and things like that. And if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already, man. We're approaching 50 subs, and we're almost there, man. We're almost there. So, up next, we got the homie Thomas Marcus. And Thomas is a producer, I believe, out of France. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're out of France. And they make probably some of the most peaceful yet like vibey instrumentals that could be in either video games or movies, or just like really big cinematic musical pieces. And I'm a huge fan of this style of instrumentals because everybody has like their own taste, right? So it's been a while since I've come across like a producer that has such like ambitious music taste, you know? So they submitted a track titled Cavalier Orient. Let's check this out. Thomas has had song names that are like insanely interesting, like really insanely interesting. So let's check this out. So, um There we go. Okay. So, Thomas Marcus, Cavalier Orient. Let's get into it. Oh, wow. Yeah, hella fucking smooth. Almost like jazzy. But the drums are heat. Yeah, it's a bop. It's definitely a fucking bop. This reminds me of like a beach. Huh, that outro was great. Okay, so that was really chill, but Thomas really always has this like super chill instrumental vibe. But let's break this down, man. So obviously no vocals, so we're gonna break this down by two subjects. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track. So man, one thing comes to mind when I think of Thomas instrumentals at this point, and it's definitely guitars. Guitars. I don't know if Thomas makes his own loops. I assume he does because they're so distinct, right? Um, but either way, man, what Thomas does with his loops is so awesome because they're always progressing, yet he finds a way to like construct drums around them that have so much emotion. I really do feel like his drums bring the most emotion. Cuz for the most part, like his melodies have a lot of emotion as well, but when it comes to drums, I feel like they really bring a lot of what is the core of Thomas's emotion, right? Um, but I feel like this track um really shows that a lot. But the mix is really good as well. I think that's one thing to note is as far as the mix goes with any Thomas Marcus track, the mix is always solid as far as production. Um, his drums are always nice. His loops are always just nice and wide and just well mixed, man. Overall, he definitely runs a tight ship when it comes to his production style, for sure. But this particular track, Cavalier Orient, is really an interesting one. It gave me a lot of like almost jazzy vibes at first, but I can definitely see where the cover comes in because it's very like beach, sort of like blue sky, sort of like chilling out, like just very laid back. And like I said, that's a very Thomas sort of style, right? I think Thomas is really notorious for that like laid back sort of instrumental style as far as Music Mondays goes. But this is really another track that could easily be used by an artist and have vocals thrown on it, or this could be a wonderful montage track, something that could go in a short film or a movie. And I think something that Thomas could benefit greatly from is getting a placement in either a video game or a TV show or something like that. Um, because the sound is just so wide and so cinematic is just really the word that keeps coming to mind when I think of Thomas Marcus. So I really really enjoyed their instrumentals, and this is just another instrumental to add to the Thomas Marcus library that we've heard that's very cinematic for sure. So overall, this instrumental is great. I like the structure, I like the progression, mix was solid, and Thomas is a staple with the chill vibe, right? So I fuck with Cavalier Orient a lot. Now, the theme here. The title is definitely interesting, but I think what's more interesting here is the cover. I feel like Thomas always comes through with really great covers. Last week's cover was really interesting as well. They're always very like real life covers, but they're very like minimalist and like very fitting for like instrumentals that are so big and cinematic like Thomas's. So once again, I feel like Thomas has a real grasp on like what his musical vision is, I guess you could say, and like what he views his music as, which is always a plus. Really always a plus. So I enjoy the theme a lot. I always enjoy producers, like I always say, that really um treat themselves like artists, come out with instrumental singles and really just have respect for themselves. And Thomas really does for sure. Treat his instrumentals that he works hard on with respect, and I fuck with that a lot, 100%. So with that said, big shout out to Thomas Marcus, man. Thank you for the submission, homie. Much fucking love. Make sure you follow Thomas on Spotify here at Thomas Marcus. Make sure you follow Thomas on Twitter at Thomas Marcus075. I believe he's approaching 10 Twitter followers, man. Go follow this motherfucker. Great instrumentalist, great guitarist, super talented. So shout out to you, Thomas. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in a description of the YouTube re-upload. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe, drop a like, and check the description. Follow some of these talented ass artists, man. Go show them some love. And if you fuck with some of their music, let them know. Tell them Music Monday sent you. So, up next, we got the homie Cole Gerard, man. Cole has been coming out with these genre blending bangers that have such a home here on Music Mondays at this point because we've yet to come across anything like it. And it's not like a crazy blend of genres. It's more so like almost like how a DJ would do it, except it's an artist. It's really crazy. But they submitted their latest track titled Large Fry, and the caption reads, "Drop this sack of potatoes Friday," with the fry emoji. I fucking love that. Holy shit. So, track titled Large Fry. Let's check this out. So, Cole Gerard. Large Fry. Let's get into this. Oh, wow. This instrumental is crazy as fuck. Let's get it, Cole.
on some shit since 13. Like
Okay.
unseen, couldn't turn that bitch over full swap. All clean, let it
Wait.
we got overdrive, shouldn't have got so high. Fuck it hot until I die. It's alright, feeling right. I fight demons every night. Mosquito felt it when it bite. Turning haters on my life. New kid most of fucking time. It's like black and white. Hear about me, hate about me. You ain't bout it, get the fuck up out here. Don't live on the block, I want the county. When I make it back, I wanna party. Blood set apart, fought up in the yard. Nigga like me, we been here. Back when most of y'all were writing dead papers, I was writing haymakers, smoking mad paper. You want mad paper? I ain't even in the building, I was at the trailer. All making haters, not an instigator. Watching switching to my corner friends, yeah, I'm for it. Fake start, niggas not ignored. I know what you are, even in the dust. Night vision, I see far. Wanna rock, I go hard. Wanna boss, we could spark. Combo meal, all large. Each piece on par. Watch my work, take me far. Do it for my mind, do it for my heart. My heart. Flash apart. Really quick to hate, cause they know I got it. No way around it. I've been fucking around when I should be burning down. Cruising miles, used to green up, double black. Talking to my back, mad shit. Smile to my face, why you be like that? Really quick to hate, cause they know I got it. No way around it. I've been fucking around when I should be burning down. Cruising miles, used to green up, double black. Talking to my back, mad shit. Smile to my face, why you be like that? Some shit since 13, like a ghost unseen. Couldn't turn that bitch over full swap. All clean, let it rock, buckle in and out. We got overdrive, shouldn't have got so hard. Fuck it high until I die. It's alright, feeling right. I fight demons every night. Mosquito fucked up when it bite. Turning haters on my life. New kid most of fucking time. It's like black and white. Hear about me, hate about me. You ain't bout it, get the fuck about it.
Wow. That was interesting. That was really, really interesting. Okay, so I definitely have some thoughts about this, man. Let's get into this. Let's break this one down. So you guys know the drill. We're break this down by 3 topics. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. We're talk about the overall theme of Large Fry. So man, I think the beat is what struck me pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie. It was like this great combo of like synths and like I think the melody like stuck so hard and like the way it bounces and progresses, like I feel like this is a really interesting choice of a beat. Not a lot of people could make this work for them. Once again, I feel like Cole really has a definition of um what like their sound is and like what they sound good on, right? So I really feel like this is like one of the tracks that speaks volumes to that. It's almost got like this blend of like R&B and like bouncy sort of like modern pop, but like it's got like these great like organic like hip hop cadences and like a lot of good flows here. It's not as genre blendy as we've heard in the past. This is more of a consistent sound throughout the song, but I feel like Cole really did a good job when it comes to like switching up flows here and really like keeping the song what's the word, like always switching up, right? And like not staying stale or anything like that. And I think the instrumental had a lot to do with that. I think the instrumental is like not one that, like I said, a lot of people could really wreck like this. I feel like Cole really slid. Um, to no surprise though, I can't really say I'm surprised because Cole really has like this way with like certain instrumentals that he just eats up. Because like there's not too many artists that come like super quick to mind. Not off the top of my head anyway, that would like really snap on an instrumental like this. So I like the variety a lot, and this is a really great choice in instrumental for sure. Um, let's talk about vocals, man. So the vocals are great. Cole's never had any sort of issue when it comes to mixing or engineering or anything like that. They sound great on the beat. The beat sounds great with the vocals. Nothing's too loud or overbearing or anything like that. Nothing's clashing, which is great. And I feel like a Cole's mix just sounds just right. You know what I mean? because sometimes a mix is like pretty, not like subjective, but like people sound how they want to sound. And I really feel like Cole has like a really good preference with it. And I think that's a good thing. You know what I mean? You should like wanna sound a certain way and like want to not like have a consistent sound, but like have an idea of like how you should sound on a track. And that's why I think picking a beat like this is so cool because, Cole was like, oh, I can hear myself on this. Because a lot of artists would hear this and be like, oh, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Not that it's a crazy obscure beat, but it's definitely like one of the more like quote unquote like harder, difficult beats. You know what I mean? This is definitely a veteran kind of instrumental, so I like it a lot. At least to come up with shit for like relatively quick, But lyrical content, the writing on this is fucking great. Cole takes an instrumental that's almost like, I wouldn't say like happy, but it's definitely a more upbeat sort of instrumental that's very bouncy. And Cole has these like just like lyrics that like get you hyped. Is a lot of like really good hype lyrics here, and a lot of lyrics that make you like bop your head, and like Cole like talks his shit on this track, and like back to the instrumental, like I feel like it was the perfect opportunity to like almost talk about like a couple different subjects and really be able to switch it up quickly on a whim, and it just made the cadences that he used all the better. So the lyrical content here was great. I like the writing. Wasn't too like overdone or anything like that. Songwriting was great here. And it just really made for a vibey track, to be completely honest with you. So, yeah, instrumental was great. Vocals were really, really nice. I think the flows and cadences were probably some of the shining stars here when it comes to vocals, and the songwriting is really good, really, really fucking good on this track. Definitely like expanded and like almost like sort of like, I feel like Cole is like an artist who's like comfortable taking risks and like comfortable like trying out new shit. And I think that's one of the greatest things that you can like have at like as like an artist attribute, is to like not be afraid to like try new stuff or like do new like flows or sing or hit different notes or anything like that. So I think Cole benefits from that a lot, which is a great thing. So the theme here is kind of interesting. Not really a super like obvious aesthetic theme. Large Fry, I think, is just something that makes me smile, so I like it. Um, but lyrically, this track is almost, I wouldn't say like one of those tracks that's like really a flex, but like Cole definitely skates on this as to where like this definitely sounds like some veteran shit. Like, I'm not too familiar with how long Cole has been making music consistently, but Cole always sounds like very seasoned to me, and I think this track here, Large Fry, definitely shows that a lot. Without a doubt. So yeah, man. Instrumental is great. Love the beat choice. Vocals really, really dope. Love the songwriting. Flows and cadences were awesome. And the mix was fucking top tier per usual, but Cole has always been a really good engineer. Um and the theme, um relatively simple, but the song's content itself is really what you want to be looking for here, and I think Cole definitely delivers on Large Fry, for sure. So with that said, shout out to Cole Gerard, man. Thank you for the submission, homie. Much, much fucking love. Make sure you follow Cole on Spotify. Make sure you follow Cole on Twitter at Cole Gerard. They're at 7 followers, man. Get this motherfucker to 10 followers, bro. And of course, per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Oh yeah, and of course, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. Drop a like and check out the description. Show some love to these wonderful artists, man. And if you fuck with any of them, tell them Music Monday sent you. Show them some love. Thank you, dog. You're very welcome, Cole. Thank you for the submission, homie. So Double O Heights sent a track titled "Wanting to Leave," but it is a Apple Music link, which I don't think we've had trouble with that in a long time. It's actually been so long to where, because, like, you know, I don't really like to specify in the tweet because it's, you know, the SoundCloud Sunday is obviously for SoundCloud tracks, right? You know, and when we eventually curate through Spotify, it'll be a Spotify playlist, but usually through the Music Mondays podcast, like, everything goes here, you know what I mean? You can drop your Spotify, SoundCloud, whatever the fuck, YouTube, Bandcamp. But Apple Music, we actually can't play here. On PC anyway. So Double O Heights, man. Next week, submit a link to anywhere else and you'll be featured on the show. Yeah, my bad, homie. SoundCloud, Spotify, YouTube, pretty much everywhere you're streaming. Drop something down here that's not Apple Music and we should be good to go. Up next, we got the homie No Name Dread. No Name Dread, I believe, just dropped a project. And Dread is really an artist of a few words, man. Dread has one of the most unique, creative, stylish, sort of like interesting sounds like we've ever featured here on Music Mondays, bar none. And this cover art is fucking crazy. Dread, man, I can't say enough good things artistically about Dread. Seriously. Dread doesn't speak much. Dread sort of, like, you know, says a couple words here and there, but the music speaks volumes for who Dread is. And it's just some of the craziest sounds we've ever featured here on Music Mondays. Definitely go check out Dread's past reviews here on Music Mondays because we featured some crazy fucking songs and some crazy fucking art. Believe that. But this week they submitted a track titled "Turn Me Up." And it's Prod himself, No Name Dread. 20 hours ago, man. So this is damn near Music Mondays premiere, man. And we got Cole down here in the comments. So fi. Let's fucking go, Cole. Showing love to the homies, man. Got fucking love to see that, bro. Love to see that. Cole showing the positivity. So, No Name Dread, Turn Me Up. Prod, No Name Dread. Let's fucking get it. 20 hours ago. Oh, this beat's already crazy. What? Holy fuck.
Turn me up in a rush. What the fuck? I've been stuck down on luck. Take a puff, come in clutch. Turn me up in a rush. What the fuck? I've been stuck down on luck. Take a puff, come in clutch. Turn me up.
Let's go. This is fucking crazy.
I'm out my body, somebody should stop me, not me. I'm sorry I changed. I'm not a copy and body, a no name posse. Ain't sorry, I'm strange.
Let's go.
You try to copy, you not me.
Oh, man.
Probably like a zombie of oxy. That shit vent. If you fake like a bill, get pressed, get pressed. If you acting like a bitch, get wet. Come on, say it to my face, not in text. I hold low down, person, I don't flex. Just keep your hold down, pussy, or she next. Roll it on my nose, I got a test. Keep it like I'm messy. Living this life messy. Go down and you let me. Break the levy. Falling deep. I just met the real. Darkness is a secret. Life and death on neither. Turn me up in a rush. What the fuck? I've been stuck down on luck. Take a puff, come in
This is fucking hard. Nah, this is fucking crazy. This is so crazy. This is so fucking crazy, bro. Wow, brother. Let's get it, chat. Let's fucking get it. That's a good one, man. That's truly a fucking good one. Holy fuck. Turn me up, man. Like shit, like bro, fucking by like probably like a minute 30 in, I was like already fucking had the like flow, and oh man, that shit was stuck in my head already. You guys know the drill, man. Let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track, man. So the instrumental has got to be fucking crazy. It's just, you know, Dredd doesn't always use his own instrumentals, but when he does use his own instrumentals, he definitely knows how to utilize them without a doubt. And I think that's one of the advantages that vocalists who produce have. You know what I mean? Because there's some people who do both, but you know they always do one more than the other. But when Dredd does it, I feel like they just fit him so well. And obviously, you'd think, you know, of course, you know, you can just go in and fucking edit the beat if you want, yada, yada, yada. No shit, Zom. But it's different, right? Because, like, as a producer myself, like, I just think it's so cool to be able to, like, architect a beat the way that you know, visualize yourself on it. And I think that's a talent in itself, to be honest with you. So that's something I always admired about Dredd, and really any producer vocalist that really does that. But man, Dredd knows how to fucking lay these 808s. I think Dredd makes some of my favorite 808s that I've heard recently. There's a couple people that come to mind, but these are definitely some of my favorites. And just the patterns alone, man, like the certain roles and just the things that he does with his drums are so unique to Dredd. I feel like it's pretty hard to replicate this style, and I think that's another great thing about even just being a producer is like if you can find a style like that where you're just making beats that you enjoy, and you really like can see yourself on. Nobody will ever be able to like take your style or anything like that, because it's always progressing and like you know people just won't know your next move, and I think that's really really dope. Really, really dope. So yeah, man, drums are a big, big shining star in this. Huge, huge fan of the drums. Overall, I've always been a real big fan of Dredd beats, but I think what goes hand in hand with the instrumental here is the vocals, and the hook here are just it is wow, wow. The hook was literally like stuck in my head. Um, Probably the second time it passed around, honestly. Like, hook is definitely something that's like, holy shit, when you fucking hear this, it's crazy. So, it's safe to say the mix is great. Dredd sometimes switches up the way he mixes his vocals, sometimes whether he wants to do a different mix or, you know, pitch down or anything like that, but this mix is really perfect for this instrumental. And as far as the mix itself goes, not too clashy or anything like that, like Cole mentioned. Everything's really all gas with it, to be honest with you. Super, super gas combination here as far as a vocal production mix goes. But man, the shining star of the vocals here has got to be the hook. The hook is fucking crazy. And just has you bopping and like I feel like Dredd like makes like turn up music for like it's almost like turn up music, but it's like dark. It's crazy the way that like this sound is like you could like describe this in so many ways, but it's just such a unique flavor, and it's so fucking dope, so fucking dope. um So the hook here was great. Mix was great on the vocals. And the writing was really good. Turn Me Up, like the theme of this, we'll get into that in a second, but the writing, excellent songwriting, for sure, for sure. I like Dredd's writing on this a lot. I usually do like Dredd's lyrics for the most part. Um, and it's mostly due to the performance. I feel like Dredd knows how to record his vocals really well and just how to say things and like how to really like feel himself when he's recording, you know? So I think execution is a big, big part of this for sure. But let's talk about the theme here, man. Aesthetically, this cover is one of my favorites from Dredd. They're always in this style of like not like a collage, but like they have this sort of like significant style to them, right? And I think it's so like a part of Dredd that like I just can't wait to see his covers. And this is definitely one of those that's like you see it and like you just know the song's gonna be insane for sure, for sure. And like overall, relatively simple too, right? You know, just throw parental advisory on that bitch, fucking call it a day. You know what I mean? Looks great. But lyrically, the overall theme, Turn Me Up, I feel like he definitely delivered for sure. Um, Basically addresses a few different things, and there's a couple of topics in here that a lot of people could relate to, and just Dredd talking about being turned, honestly. Um, which obviously wasn't really like a super hard theme to like get behind, but like there's a few things in here and like a few topics that people could definitely relate to on a few different scales. So I think that's what's really good about this. A track that a couple different audiences could relate to and get a few things out of is always a plus. You know what I mean? Always a plus. So, yeah, man, instrumental was great, vocals were great, theme is awesome. This is Dredd's latest drop, man. Turn Me Up. So, first of all, thank you, No Name Dredd, for the submission. Make sure you go show Dredd some love, man. Go follow Dredd on SoundCloud. He's dropping fucking bangers like these all the time, coming out with some of the most unique fucking music we've ever featured here on Music Mondays, bar none. So make sure you go show this motherfucker some love, man. For real. Make sure you follow No Name Dredd on Twitter at No Name Dredd1. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the YouTube re-upload. If you're watching on YouTube, check the description for every artist featured. And make sure you show them some love, man. And of course, if you're not already subscribed, subscribe. Yo, Tyler, it's good, homie. Welcome to stream, big dog. So, what's good, Chad? How are we? What's poppin'? How many are we deep already here? Eden's good. Thomas, Cole, Heights, Apple Music link, Dredd good. Subscriber, you're a bitch. Let him know, Tyler. JK, we love you regardless. That too, though. That too. You don't have to subscribe, but if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. We're approaching 50, man. Show some love. And of course, show these artists some love as well. So up next, we got the homie Michael Jones, man. Michael's a really, really familiar community member with Music Mondays. I've had them on the podcast. I've interviewed them myself. And Michael's just a really, really passionate individual that is always learning, is a hard worker, and just really has their head in the right spot as far as a producer goes, as an artist goes. Michael's got a good head on his shoulders. This week, they submitted a track with Fury titled John Doe, Deal with the Devil. I'd assume it is Prod Michael Jones. Yeah, okay, cool. Prod Michael Jones. Let's get it, baby. So this is a year old, so relatively new. Relatively new. Kale comes through classic. I figured you knew this one, Kale. So 777 Fury, John Doe, Deal with the Devil, Prod Michael Jones, and Dread of Death, Waiting. So, relatively new track, you know, probably just about a year old. Cover is actually crazy. Fury makes, or Fury, Michael, whoever made this, but Fury makes really, really good covers too. Definitely goes with the title. 100% goes with the title. 2 minutes 16 seconds. Fury, John Doe, Deal the Devil, Proud Michael Jones, and Dread of Death Waiting. Let's get into it.
Hey, look, he ain't gonna lie, the drop fucked me up. Shout out Dread and shout out Michael. Yo, main bitch, a scumbag ass skeezer if you don't like this. Yeah, that part. If I let a nigga, ooh, yeah, hold on. Okay, and I'll be damned if I let a pussy nigga tell me about me. Morphine IV in the morgue, no ID. That's that John Doe. Lucy want my soul. I just lost control. Couple niggas stay on go. I'll be damned if I let a pussy nigga tell me about me. Morphine IV in the morgue, no ID. That's that John Doe. Lucy want my soul. I just lost control. Couple niggas stay on go. How you been, little fellow? Hey, combo with the devil. Yeah, Lucy want my soul. I put that pedal to the metal. Yeah. I can't trust a soul, niggas, bitches,
Damn.
trust my mental. Backward like a pencil, you be smoking on that skint bag. Broke ass little boy, he gonna have on a Nick sack. I just fucked this bitch, then fucked his sister, now his bitch mad. Tell me how that work. My brother, he on bang, but he put more work in than these niggas shouting out they gang. Hey, tell me how that work. These pussy niggas lame, skinny nigga, big gun, so it's fucking up my aim. I'll be damned if I let a pussy nigga tell me about me. Morphine IV in the morgue, no ID. That's a John Doe. Lucy want my soul. I just lost control.
Motherfucker spitting for real. Let's get it, Mark.
Let a pussy nigga tell me about me. Morphine IV in the morgue, no ID. That's a John Doe. Lucy want my soul. I just lost control. Couple niggas stay on go. I got different color yappers.
Not literally, too.
Choppers. Hey, X on a heart. I'll be damned.
Fade out's great. Yeah, it's a good fade out, man. Nice and long. Wow. Wow. What an interesting collab too. I got a couple things to say about this, man. We got some really cool topics to talk about here. So, you guys know the drill. Let's break this down. We're going to talk about three things. We're going to talk about the instrumental, we're going to talk about vocals, and we're going to talk about the overall theme of this track. So, the instrumental is a collab. Michael Jones, Dread of Death Waiting. Who made the melody, made the drums? I don't know. It doesn't really matter, but we'll talk about the melody here. The melody is really, really interesting. Definitely a very murderous, sort of ominous sort of melody. Definitely a very horror movie-esque melody. Fury always seems to go really well on these type of melodies. Like, just goes crazy on these darker sorts of melodies. But I think it's the drums behind this one that really give it its oomph. I really feel like it gave it, like, the extra push to be like, okay, damn, this is fucking crazy. This is actually fucking crazy. Because it gave Fury the ability to just go. More specifically, the hats. I feel like the hats on here were great. All in all, for a collab instrumental, this came out awesome. Typically, collab instrumentals usually do. But you never really know. Sometimes they can not be bad or anything like that, but they can be definitely obscure. And sometimes, you know, can come out as like a super collab or some shit like that, you know? But all in all, I feel like they did their thing on this beat, for sure. I feel like this is a really, really good collab. If they were going for a dark, sort of like light trap sound, and it's tagged cloud rap as well, I definitely think they nailed that, for sure. So instrumental was great. The mix on it was great as well, as far as production goes, for sure. Let's talk about vocals. Fury's mix here is awesome. Like, Fury has like such a voice for these dark beats that just matches it so much. Because I feel like people try to pick dark beats and just talk a bunch of bullshit. Like, Fury talks like a lot of like real shit and a lot of like shit that's like his life and like is like believable. Like it's definitely like his like version of like events and stories and themes and shit. But like all in all, like Fury's like very like you can tell he's a very honest artist. You know what I mean? Very honest, especially with his lyrics and like how clever they are. And like I feel like the performance is like such a big part of this too because um Fury's mix, like you don't need much. It's just a light mix, probably just how he likes it, and then the rest is just pure performance, straight up just pure performance. Tonight we've had a lot of artists just really show off like how well they are at recording, like how good they are at, you know, spitting, like just straight up spitting. And I think that's awesome. I think that's fucking great, especially on a collab beat like this though. So Fury comes in and these, you know, if you've heard Fury and Michael's album Be Patient With Me, I'm Only Human, you know the crazy potential of Michael and Fury. But when you add in another prod here, I think it comes with like another great dynamic. And I feel like this beat almost like added like not like a trio, but like another element. And you could tell that Fury was like not like being pushed out of his element, but like more so like just was almost like given like a wider space to be able to just spit. Because even though there is a hook here, like Fury spits for 2 minutes 16 straight, like fucking straight through, and it's all fire. So songwriting here is great. Mix is awesome. You don't really have to dig too deep here for like a crazy Fury mix or anything like that. I think performance is an awesome thing here for Fury. But the theme here is something I really want to touch on. Fury isn't one to stay away from like real life events or things that he's gone through, or like just to be able to make clever bars and like talk his shit. And I feel like this is a great track for that because it's like it's called Deal with the Devil and John Doe, but it's not like horror type shit. It's very like serious and like very like you're a bitch and um like Fury's aggression and like his confidence on this track is awesome. Like because like realistically anybody could write a song like this, right? But like it takes another artist to be able to like perform it well with confidence and be able to like really um just own up to it and like really be Fury. So I think Fury really embodies himself here on this track 100%. You can hear the confidence. It's really dope. And I think overall I think that's one of the redeeming traits of Fury is he's a great performer. Whether it be recording, live, I think Fury is a great performer 100%. But you pair that with a Michael beat, whether it be a collab or a solo Michael beat, you get products like this, and where it's just straight bars for 2+ minutes. Aesthetically, like I said at the start, the cover's great. Fury just chilling, parental advisory just fucking blacked out, and you have like the border almost Midwest style. Like I'm a huge fan of these border covers. I don't think I've seen a Fury cover that I didn't really enjoy. So I'm a big fan of this one. Dark but not too dark, and just very underground, and I fuck with it a lot because it's like their vision. You know what I mean? It's like Fury's vision. So like this is very original and I fuck with it. So aesthetically, lyrically, theme was great. Instrumental, awesome. I think Michael and Dredd did an awesome job. Vocals are great. Fury's performance was definitely a shining star here, and he sounds really confident on this. He sounds confident on every track, but this one in particular, definitely confident for sure. Yeah, man, this was a pleasure. This is definitely a gem for sure. I had not heard this one yet. Nope. So with that said, man, shout out to Michael Jones. Shout out to 777 Fury. Shout out to Dread of Death Waiting. Thank you guys for the submission. Much fucking love. Make sure you follow Michael Jones on SoundCloud. Make sure you follow Michael Jones Prod on Twitter. Show him some love, man. And yeah, go stream Michael on SoundCloud. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. Drop a like. show these artists some love as well. If you fuck with any of these artists, you want to show them some love, drop them a follow, man. Tell them Music Monday sent you. And let's fucking get it, man. Let's go. That was fucking crazy. Fuck. Holy shit. We have a lot of fire. Like a lot of fire. Like it's like straight bars tonight. And I'm here for it. I am fucking here for it. So, let's see. Verge of Eden, Thomas, Cole, Heights, Dread, Michael. And we got the homie Matt. And then Heretic Kale, Mark, Yamin, Higher, Absono, Mark again, Heavy Metaphors, Heswick. Damn, okay, we got a little fire list coming up, chat. We got a little fire list coming up. All right. Okay, bet. Big bet. All right, chat. How many submissions deep are we? I actually have to go take a piss. Let me go take a piss, and then we can be fully focused on our submissions. So we left off on Matt. We'll get back into Matt right after this short commercial break. We'll enjoy some lo-fi while we're at it. Okay, chat, give me not even 60 seconds. We'll continue on with these. I'll be back in 3 minutes or so. Alrighty, chat. Welcome back. So, I believe we left off with Matt. So, let's check this out. Matt Rock's underrated gem. Pause our lo-fi. Something new. Let's open this up in a new Tambourine. Hyper Pop Punk. The cover's kind of fire. Something new! Exclamation point. Interesting. Let's check this out. 2 minutes 13. Matt Rock's something new. I just noticed the Blockbuster lo-fi. Kind of funny. Holy fuck. Man, one word comes to mind, and that is passion. Fucking passion. The emphasis on performance and recording here is awesome. You can just hear Matt's, like, just raw emotion during this track, honestly. So, let's break this down. We're going to talk about three things. You guys know the drill. We're going to talk about the instrumental. We're going to talk about vocals. We're going to talk about the overall theme of something new. So, the instrumental here. Wow, wow, wowee, wow, wow, whoa. You know, sometimes these punk hybrid sort of instrumentals get, you know, swept under the rug for their difficulty. I feel like not everybody can make some shit on this and do it properly. Sometimes it's either done with like a completely different style, which is still dope, but I feel like Matt took the really good approach here and just almost blended like typical like pop punk with like some like modern vocals almost. So this is interesting. This is really, really interesting. But all in all, this is a great instrumental. Whoever produced this went fucking crazy. I love the drums. I think the drums are some of the like shining parts about this for sure. But the mix is actually stellar. Sometimes mixing these kind of instrumentals, and you know, because I know Matt's a producer as well, because he could have very well produced this, but I know sometimes mixing these types of guitars can be a fucking bitch, or it's like super fucking easy. So kudos to whoever mixed this, because it sounds great. Sounds really solid for sure. Matt definitely produced it. Yeah, so he did an amazing job. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling. I just didn't want to assume. But yeah, it went fucking crazy for sure. But I feel like the drums are definitely a shining star when it comes to this instrumental, 100%. I really feel like it's a really, because you could have took like the classic approach, right? Like 'cause some producers like try to like go like outside the box and take like the raw approach and use like live instruments instead of processed, which is fine too. You know what I mean? It's fine to go for that sound if that's what you're going for. But I feel like Matt did a good job here blending sort of like the different style of drums with like the organic melodies here, 100%. So, instrumental, absolutely solid. Vocals here though, man, vocals are 100% my favorite part of this for sure. Cuz like I said at the rip, the passion is just unfucking matched, like truly unmatched. Cuz you know, the reason why there's fucking songwriters in the world is because not everybody is a performer, and this is a performance. Cause you could have written this song, Joe Schmo, but like it takes a different kind of artist to perform it like this and record it like this. So I feel like Matt did a really, really good job as far as recording goes. I love the raw emotion. I love the passion here. And a lot of topics that a lot of people can relate to as well. You know what I mean? More so on the more emotional side of things, but the instrumental keeps it level because it's not exactly like a fucking sad instrumental, right? It's like, a more upbeat sort of popish instrumental. Um, so that's a really good trait because that's some of my favorite music is the balance is where you have these, wonderful, more upbeat kind of like um moody sounds, but like your lyrics are very emotional. And I think that's a great line to draw. And I think Matt did an excellent job hitting it for sure. So, as far as that goes, writing is great. Performance was awesome. 2 minutes and 13. So definitely went fucking crazy. I think absolutely made the most out of 2 minutes and 13, and then like the hook is like super rememberable, especially for a track like this. I think it's very rememberable, and like it's one of those songs you can like hear in your head. So like say you like really really enjoy this song, it's definitely one of those songs you hear in your head and you're like, yo, I want to listen to that. You know what I mean? You snap your finger, you're like, son of a bitch. um at least to me anyway, this is definitely one of those tracks. So man, vocals, needless to say, amazing, 100%. Let's talk about the theme though. The theme's kind of interesting because the cover is definitely emotional. As far like, bro, look at the passion on her face and look at the passion on his face, bro. They're just fucking jamming out, man. Like, come on. Aesthetically, the theme is great. This cover was perfect for this. Fucking for sure. Um, Lyrically though, the theme, like I was sort of touching on a little bit, um, instrumental had more of like an upbeat vibe, but the um vocals were not only performed like so well, but the lyrical content touched on a few different types of emotional subjects, whether that be getting on, feeling like shit, not being meant for shit, kind of just a feeling of something new, right? And just almost change in a way. But you could interpret a few things a few different ways. But all in all, I feel like Matt did a really good job when it comes to the blend. And like I said earlier, um, more of a moody instrumental and then passionate emotional lyrics, which you get a track like this, in my opinion, 10 out of 10 for sure. So, instrumental, fire, did an awesome job. Vocals, probably my favorite part, super passionate. Theme, I love the writing, to be honest with you. I love the writing. For sure, for sure. So with that said, shout out to Matt Rocks, man. Thank you for the submission, homie. Much, much fucking love. Make sure you follow Matt on SoundCloud. Show him some love, man. Go play something new. And follow Matt on Twitter at Matt Rocks. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. We're on our way to 50 subscribers, man. Show us some love. We upload every week, new episodes every Saturday. And of course, show these artists some love. If you do, tell them Music Monday sent you. Drop them a follow. Go play their music. Run them up, man. So that was awesome. That was very refreshing. That was very, very refreshing. Wow, we've had awesome tracks tonight already. Excellent. So, up next, we got the homie Lord Heretic. And they submitted a track titled Chick Hicks, which is interesting. It's Prod Brian. I'm kind of curious. You guys know the drill with Heretic, though. Heretic has like easily the leading scorer when it comes to like heavier types of vocals and like modern heavy, almost, you know, it teetering on like heavy trap sort of style. But Heretic easily is the leading scorer when it comes to a heavy sound on Music Mondays for sure. We have yet to come across another solo artist that creates heavy music the way that Heretic does. And Heretic also has a great history here in his career. So definitely excited for this one, for sure. Let's check this out. Pop this bad Larry in a new tab. Oh shit, we got the quote at the start and everything, bro. All right, Lord Heretic, Chick Hicks, Prod Brian. Minute 17, man. Minute 17. And cover, you know, simple, but gets the job done, baby. Gets the fucking job done. So, let's check this out.
Oh yeah, you want to know the forecast? I'll give you the forecast. 100% chance of thunder. Say it with me.
Oh boy.
Brian, what the fuck?
Oh damn. Classic Heretic. Hey, let's go. That was... What the fuck, man? That was an experience and a half. Minute 17 seconds. And Heretic... Wow, he made the most of that, didn't he? Fuck me. Okay. So, you guys know the drill. Let's break this down, man. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. And talk about the overall theme of this track. So, man, like I said, Heretic's definitely the leading scorer when it comes to heavier vocals. But man, this beat, I feel like him and Brian and him and Aesthetic Gloom are like a couple of really good pairs now. Like I've started to like gain more knowledge on like Heretic and Brian tracks, and I feel like they go really well together as well. But this is definitely punk rap if I've ever heard it. It's got like such an interesting melody, a very like grimy melody, and then like you just knew that something was like fucking like about to, you know what I mean? Like not only about the waveform you could tell it was about to drop, but like you could just tell that it was about to be crazy because like the beat was so obscure, very, very obscure. But a more chiller drum pattern when it comes to what Heretic is usually used to. I like the different style approach here as far as instrumental goes. I like the mix as well. Mix is always solid. King Kuma did a really good job. The mix and master right there in the description. did an excellent job. I feel like Heretic's vocals um could be interesting to mix, right? So, needless to say, whoever goes crazy on the mix does an awesome job, 100%. So, definitely I wouldn't say a drastic change from the Heretic usual, but definitely more different for sure. So instrumental was good, definitely good. A Brian classic. Vocals here were great. I think let me just start off by saying the mix was good, 100%. I think though one of the more shining parts about this track is the structure. Um just because Heretic starts off like almost slow with the hook, and then he gets into like the heavier vocals, and then has a verse, and then it's back to the heavier vocals. So like I feel like man, the track's only a minute and 17, but Heretic learned how to fucking stretch the shit out of that. You know what I mean? Like, because this could have just been the hook the whole way through for a minute and 17, but Heretic was like, nah, fuck that. I'm gonna structure the shit out of this. So if you're gonna do short songs like this, the structure is everything. You know what I mean? So I fuck with this a lot. Um, Structure went well, especially with the addition of the sample at the beginning. Um, just came out good. Just came out really really good. But one other shining part about this is not only the lyrics and songwriting, but I feel like the way that Heretics switch flows here and switch cadences like back and forth a little bit, sort of like it like Heretic doesn't show that side of his music often, but when he does, I feel like it's kind of interesting. I feel like it's like okay, like Heretic can like do not like other genres because we've heard tracks like Pieces and other Heretic tracks, but this one's kind of interesting because he's almost blending like pure rap and like heavier sides of vocals to come out with a track like this. So I like the vocals for that. The overall theme is kind of interesting. Much like Mark said on that Cars flow, and I would have to agree with him. Uh, Definitely on that Cars flow for sure. Um, One thing though, aesthetically, is Heretic at least always sort of like makes an effort to put together a little cover, much like Eden earlier, um, just to throw something up and really just put out a single and something you'd be able to like post with the track itself. So that's always good. You know what I mean? Um, any effort is more than no effort, and that's always a plus, like without a doubt. Lyrically, the theme kind of jumps out at you, but a Heretic either has like super deep meanings or like his songs are very surface level. And as an artist, I feel like he has a good balance of that, so that's always good. But all in all, this is a great minute 17-second treat, if I'm gonna say so myself. Um, Much like Kale said, classic Heretic, definitely. Going into this, not hearing it, definitely want to hear more of this, and I'm excited for Heretic's new project for sure. So with that said, man, shout out to Lord Heretic. Make sure you follow Heretic on SoundCloud at Lord Heretic. Go check out his library, massive library of all types of bangers. Super super heavy vocals if you're into that. Heretic's definitely a leading scorer here on Music Mondays. And of course, make sure you follow Lord Heretic on Twitter at Lord Heretic. Every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe, drop a like. We're approaching 50 motherfucking subs, man. And if you're already subscribed, thank you. I appreciate it. And if you're dropping likes every week, thank you. We appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, up next, we got the homie Kale. And Kale is a super, super talented producer. Really, really, genuinely just nice member of the community, man. Just a great attitude, positive. And Kale actually carries himself like a producer should. Just very, very, very upstanding and like very talented when it comes to production because producers that like carry themselves like artists, sort of like I was talking about with Thomas is just so respectable, man. And producers deserve so much more credit. And a lot of it starts with producers like taking respect for themselves. And Kale definitely, you know, has respect for himself when it comes to his instrumentals, making them personal, making them emotional, and just really like really doing their thing with their music, man, as a producer, you know, because Kale has done vocals and things like that in the past, but as a, you know, a main producer, I feel like Kale definitely embodies what I think a good producer is, for sure. So, this week they submitted a track titled 808s and Heartbreak Downs by a band titled Spawn, and Kale's description is taking a break from Kale this week. I give you my homies band. Okay, so we got the homies band. Twitter, Spawn_band. Let's fucking go, Kale. All right, thank you. Awesome. We haven't checked out a band on Music Mondays in a little while. And we actually have a visual. And you guys know that I love taking a look at visuals on the channel, man. So let's fucking crank that. Put this at 720 so we don't fucking downscale. 322k subs. This channel goes crazy. Wow. Look at all the positive comments. Love this hybrid trap deathcore genre. Lots of really, really positive comments. Awesome. Said the drummer plays like a girl. Fuck you, Greg. Alright, let's check this out, chat. Full screen this. Spawn, 808s and Heartbreak, Downs. Full screen, 720, full volume. Let's check this out. Official visual. Oh shit. The Spawn logo. Holy shit. Wow. Oh, that shot at the end is hard as fuck. That shot at the end is so hard. Okay. Okay. So, wow. Wow. This entire thing is so high quality. Holy shit. Yeah, I was gonna say that the editing on this is fucking great. So, let's talk about this here. Let's talk about this. So, technically, I'm not super qualified to talk as much about heavy music in detail because I'm not as avid as a listener, but we'll still give some thoughts on this nonetheless, without a doubt. Because you guys know me, I won't talk about shit unless I genuinely know what I'm talking about. So, this is interesting. This is fucking interesting. So, mainly, I think I'm going to talk about the visual here, but man, this is something. So, instrumentally, this is fucking crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Because I think one of the comments said it best here. What did they say? Let me find this chat. Right here. Love this hybrid trap deathcore genre. Like this is insane. This is really, really good. Definitely a great blend. Like it's something that I think needs to be done. Wow, this is from 2021. Holy shit, I just noticed that. I just fucking noticed that is from, wow. So I just assumed that this was like brand new, but like the fact that this is already a year old is great. This is great. So it leads me to believe that they're already headed in like a sound direction like this, but honestly, instrumentally, like some of the breakdowns and like sort of the hybrid elements that they implemented here are fucking fantastic. Like fantastic. Just because you can grab like such a wider audience like that, right? Because people have like the shitty conception that like, you know, heavier music is whack and is all screaming and this, that, and the third. I think I was talking to my homie Mild about this the other night. Because Mild is into super heavy music as well. And a lot of this shit takes so much fucking skill. Like, so much fucking skill, you wouldn't even believe it. And the fact that they're adding more elements like instrumentally when it comes to other genres, like the comment said, more of like a hybrid sort of trap with like, you know, different types of breakdowns and like even down to the sound choices, like, you know, there's even a little bit of like, you know, like dubstep breakdowns here. Like this is like really, really great. I think this is something that's like not talked about enough in this sort of like realm of sound, right? Because like I said, you know, the mainstream quote unquote listeners and the people that don't listen to like, you know, obscure music and like find music on their own, you know, they just listen to like whatever's on the radio or fucking, you know, YouTube. Instead of looking for themselves, they would assume that like, you know, the heavier style of vocals is, you know, just that. It's just a heavier style of vocals. But realistically, bro, like when you add in like the little elements, like the hybrid I think it's fucking great. Like I think Linkin Park really like set like a great standard with that sort of sound, and the fact that somebody else picked it up but with like two different genres and started like blending them a little bit, because like fuck dude, Linkin Park was like one of my favorite bands growing up, and like the blending elements even back then were fucking great. So like this is almost like reminding me of like how it like feels to like listen to like two genres come together, and I think they did it really well here as far as instrumentals go. Like I think they did it really well. Huge fan of that. Now, vocals, excellent. Just because mixing heavier vocals like this must be a fucking bitch, and on top of it, performing heavier vocals like this are definitely a bitch. So yeah. Enough said on that for sure. I'm down to talk about this shit whenever too. Yeah, Kale, you're definitely an avid heavier fan for sure. Like I noticed your taste was definitely a lot heavier than some people's. Not that that's all you listen to or anything like that, but you definitely have one of those tastes for sure, because this is great. And of course the homie. But vocally, this is great. This was really great. This was just something that like you don't see a lot here, because there was even like little like signs of like a trap and like hybrid vocals here like every once in a while. Like it wasn't even just instrumentally. So I really think this was like some groundbreaking shit that not a lot of people are doing, at least on my radar. And I would love to see more of this. This is something great vocally as well. Now, let's talk about the theme here and the visual. The theme and the visual is something wow, just wow. This is something that's like it's so well done, because one of the first things that I noticed here about this visual was it's like blend of like sort of like editing, but the like raw shots, like this shot, yeah, no, not that one, this one, no, this one. So when they're outside of the graffiti, I feel like the blend of like those shots and then like the edited shots are so fucking dope, so fucking dope. Because visually, like, you don't see a lot of like like just great concepts like this that are mixed so well that doesn't look like corny. You know what I mean? Because you see sometimes shit like this and it just looks fucking dumb because it looks cartoony or it's too much of one thing or this, that, and the third. Yeah, I feel like this was done just right, for sure. And like Absono mentioned, I really feel like this is like a really good blend of like high quality editing. Because I'm a huge fan of real shots, but I'm not opposed to like doing some like designing, you know what I mean? Like going outside the box. So yeah, safe to say this visual is great. And none of these guys look awkward on camera or anything like that as far as the visual goes. That's one thing that I love about this as well. Usually people who are in bands aren't, you know what I mean? I feel like bands never have that problem. You usually see like solo artists like looking like all stiff on camera. But I feel like Spawn looks good. I feel like they look good here. Confident, very like emotional, you know what I mean? Like they're performing. And I think that's awesome. I think that's fucking awesome. It makes for like a better visual, you know? And like the painting here is just wow. Yeah, man, this is like one of the biggest reasons why I love looking at visuals here on Music Mondays is because you find shit like this that's like so not only underrated, but it's so good. You know what I mean? Like visually, like this is fucking great. As far as like modern heavier visuals go, this is awesome. This is fucking awesome. And like the comments here too are overwhelmingly positive, right? Because this is like over just no, it's like just about a year old. So to see that the comments aged so well, I think that's an amazing thing. Like there's not there's like maybe like one fucking negative comment on here, but the rest of these people are so like supportive. So that's an amazing sign. Thanks for listening, dude. We have more music coming out very soon. Yo, let's fucking get it. I am excited to hear that. Let's go, baby. Love to hear that. Welcome to stream, homie. But yeah, overall, I think this was a great blend of two genres, and I think this visual is exactly what not only more bands need to do, but I think more artists need to do, is invest in some shit like this and like really promote it, get it hosted, you know what I mean? 322K is nothing to shake a stick at. You know what I mean? Like, and then 9K over the course of a year, 655 likes, like that's a great reception. That's a great reception. Like, and you got to keep doing shit like this because you know what I mean? Like, realistically, you know, something like this, the editing would take more work than the actual like filming here. You know what I mean? This is damn near what, a couple days of filming and shit like that. So more artists need to put more effort in that, whether you are a band or not. And I think they can come out really well. I don't think it'll make or break you, but I do think it's very beneficial, and I think Spawn benefited greatly from this visual, 100%, because it was such a good track to do it for as well. Such a blending type of cross genre here. So I really feel like this was like a perfect visual, 100%. So with that said, man, shout out to Spawn. Make sure you show them some love. Spawn will be linked in the YouTube re-upload as well. Show this track some love, and of course, Kale, appreciate you, homie. Thank you for the submission and putting us on to some crazy new shit. You know, Music Mondays doesn't exactly have the like greatest experience with bands because we never get anything modern. We always get like dad rock or like fucking, you know, some folk, and like all that stuff is fine, this, that, and the third. But Music Mondays is, you know, always looking for new underappreciated artists that are like, you know, doing new things and like working really hard, and that's like everything and more. You know what I mean? Regardless of the genre. Like I really feel like that's like the epitome of it, especially in a visual form, for sure. So that's what we look for. That's like a great example of like a band that has like a bright future in really like not only like heavy music's future, but like music's future overall, because it's such a great blend. Definitely. So yeah, with that said, man, shout out to Kale. Thank you, homie, for putting us on. Shout out to Spawn. That was a great visual. We love having bands here on the show. That was fucking awesome because we haven't had one here in a while, especially one that's like super passionate. So that was an experience. And of course, per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the YouTube re-upload. And if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. We're approaching 50 subscribers, man. New uploads every Saturday, every Thursday. If you're looking for old episodes of Music Mondays, that's the place to find it. And also, make sure you click the description, check out some of these artists, show them some love, tell them Music Monday sent you. And let's continue. Yo, Offspring Mysterious, welcome to stream, homie. Sorry for getting here late, just finishing my photo shoot. Nah, you're good, homie. You never have to apologize, big dog. No worries. No worries, my friend. I hope you're well. Welcome. King Mark Music, on behalf of Bloodcat, can you do me a favor? If I send you a SoundCloud link, can you drop on the Music Monday submission tweet thing and just say that's my submission? I'm abstaining from Twitter. That's like such a fucking... That's such a funny like phrase to use. that phrase is hilarious, but we have a Bloodcat submission here. From King Mark. And it's a track titled Good Sex, Bad People. It's a SoundCloud link. Let's check this out. Have that open. Pause this. Oh shit, it's a new color. It's a new color, baby. It's a new fucking color, man. Yo, I'm the biggest fan of this picture, bro. The biggest fan. The biggest. Fuck me. You sure I've come a long way from the Skate 3 days? Holy shit. Yeah, so chat, Tyler has been since he's been here since the Music Mondays like super early days. Like I'm talking like probably like the first like 20 episodes or so. And before I used OBS or even moved to PC for that matter, if you go check out some of the earlier episodes of Music Mondays, not the audio versions, if you go watch the old YouTube video, I would record the show with Skate 3 in the background, and I would just get on and talk about the underground, do reviews if I had them. And yeah, man, definitely came a long way since the Skate 3 days. And it's crazy to think it's only been a year. You know what I mean? Like it's truly only been a year, so I'm glad I kept my head down and just fucking grinded it out for real. But let's get back on track here. Bloodcat's first song ever? Good song too, for real. Wait, like first song ever? 1 year ago? First release song. Holy shit. Blowing up, man. Keep it up. Yo, I appreciate you, Tyler. Thank you, homie. Thank you. Yeah, you've always been a real one, big dog, so don't trip. I got you. Appreciate you, Tyler. First release song, huh? So this is like really special. This is like really special for Music Mondays. This is like some rare shit. Good Sex, Bad People. Bloodcat. First release ever. Let's check this out. Oh man, it's coming. Oh shit. Oh. Oh. What the fuck? That was fucking great. That was fucking great. Bro, that was one of those short songs, right? Where you just want it to keep going. That definitely gave me that feeling at the end where I was like, damn, I want to hear that hook again. See, once again, here comes Bloodcat with the fucking crazy writing. Like, even a year ago, with this being released a whole year ago, Bloodcat's writing has not only come so far, but it's like always been really good. Like this is how you could tell that Bloodcat was a really talented writer even back then. And more so performer, to be honest with you. But you guys know the drill. Let's break this classic down, man. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're going to talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals, or talk about the overall theme of this track. So the instrumental is kind of interesting. Not too much out of Bloodcat's realm, but not something that I would have pictured Bloodcat on, I guess. I mean, I guess you could, but definitely like a more interesting kind of instrumental as far as Bloodcat sound goes these days. But I do like it. I do like it a lot. The mix was great, and the melody stuck out a lot. The drums were pretty good, but I feel like the melody was a shining star here as far as the instrumental goes. The instrumental or the melody is just something that's very like prominent in the song, and like you won't forget it easily. It's catchy, very catchy. So instrumental, 100% solid. Love the mix on it as well. Vocals. The mix here is like a younger Bloodcat like mix today. You know what I mean? It's not too far off. It's not too far off at all. You can like hear like sort of like, I guess like the fuck, because like everybody always changes a little bit over the course of a year. You know what I mean? Like even if you don't record vocals, but I feel like that's what this is. It's just like Bloodcat sort of like got a year older, so now he makes, well, not makes, but like has like a different sort of approach and sound and things like that. So for what this mix is, and for being just a year ago, I think it's fantastic as far as vocals go. And the fact that Bloodcat kept up with like a consistent sort of vocal mix is great. Excellent. Thumbs up. Big thumbs up. The writing here though, man, I think Bloodcat might be like my favorite writer when it comes to hooks. Like, because not only can Bloodcat write them right, but the performance and the cadence and the flows and like the structure around some of these are just crazy. But this one, the fact that it's a year old is just like, wow. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck? Like, Bloodcat like hasn't missed a step. And like it's always been like forward, you know what I mean? It's always been progression. So this is a really good insight on like what Bloodcat was doing a year ago, you know, like say prior to Music Mondays or prior to this track or that track. So vocally, the hook shines a lot here for me. Per usual, but I really do think Bloodcat just has this insane talent with hooks, and then filling in the verses are just no problem for him at all. Not at all. And then you pair that with the mix, you get like the perfect like chef's kiss Bloodcat sauce for sure. So yeah, again, really cool insight on some early Bloodcat. Now, the theme is kind of interesting. Definitely one of those multi-dimensional themes where, you know, you could look at this song from a couple different angles lyrically and get a lot of things from it. But all in all, Bloodcat was really just, I wouldn't say it's super emotional, but it's definitely one of those tracks that like, it's like one of those really like well-written tracks that comes out like more bouncy than you anticipate, because like people could take this track and like, you know, perform it in a completely different way, and it could be emotional, it could be this, it could be that, but I feel like this came out to be like a bop. I feel like this definitely came out to be a bop, and experimental is definitely a really good tag for this. Almost you know, a type of genre blending going on here for sure. But the subject matter is definitely you can definitely interpret it a couple different ways, but regardless, the writing is excellent for sure. And just aesthetically, the classic Bloodcat cover is really all you need to know. Like the profile picture is great, and then like bro, like you could make like an army of these covers, right? You could literally make a whole army of these. You really could, and have covers forever, and like people would know it's you. I'm a huge fan of that design, and I think owning like your brand and like your aesthetic and like who you are and like are like such a great quality, but it's like something that's like it's important because it's what you like. You know what I mean? It's not like something for your supporters or like this person or that person. Like you genuinely enjoy these. So that's what I like about it the most. I think these like go with you hand in hand. Definitely some peanut butter and jelly type shit. That's exactly what I'm doing. It's so funny you say that. Thank you. Yo, you're very welcome, my friend. You're very welcome. So yeah, I mean, all in all, this is a fucking great track and a really good perspective on what Bloodcat was into a year ago, how they were perceiving themselves, and almost like how they were working, I guess. You know what I mean? Like just a really good early look. Because I think Bloodcat's first episode was about episode 50, which is damn near 20 episodes ago, if you can believe that. Believe it or not, that's actually the crazy part. But yeah, this was a really great insight on what Bloodcat was doing prior to him coming on Music Mondays and prior to everything that's released as of lately. So, Good Sex Bad People, man. This was nice. This was really, really nice. And the progression really shows here. So, interesting, rare inside look at some early Bloodcat, man. And I'm just really proud of the progression, to be honest with you, because this is definitely something that I hadn't heard. And it's something that, like, is great to put on Music Mondays because we've had so many different scopes between Skunky, Bloodcat, newer tracks and stuff off projects, features. So this is awesome. This is awesome. Really some rare Bloodcat right here, ladies and gentlemen. So with that said, make sure you show Bloodcat some love, man. Follow Bloodcat on SoundCloud. At Bloodcat, you see him right here, per usual. Make sure you follow Bloodcat on Twitter. I'll find the other Twitter, per usual. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe, drop a like. We're approaching 50 subscribers, man. We upload every Thursday and Saturday. Consistent uploads, Music Mondays tips, full episodes. You guys know the drill. And of course, show these artists some love, man. If they were featured, you enjoy these artists, show them some love. Tell them Music Monday sent you. Drop them a follow. Run up their stuff, man. So, up next, we have I believe, first time submitting artist, Yamin, a part of the collective known as 60 World. Now, this is the first time they've been on Music Mondays, but they've featured on SoundCloud Sunday a few times. And they submitted a track titled Gikumi, and this should be interesting. First time submitting artist. Let's check this out. Pop this open in a new Tabaruni. 2 months ago, so relatively new, man. Relatively new. And Beam Me Up, holy shit. Bro, this cover is actually nuts. What the fuck? This cover is great. I love like the dark aesthetic that's going into this. This is fucking crazy. Someone said banger 2 months ago. Let's go. Okay. First time submitting artist, Yamin. Gikumi. Let's check this out.
When I see you like this, 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 you like this. When I'm deep, 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 when I'm deep. Take this X with me, take this X with me, take this X with me, take this X with me. I'm on three, 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 I'm on E, you on me, you on me. Baby, I'm on this X, I ain't just high. Rolling, I'm rolling, but fly like a kite. Yeah, I know it's working, I just see it in the rise. Baby, to the X with me, and beam up to the sky. Keep the X with me and do it sexual. She gon' take this X and do the extra. I can't even slap a bite down on my knee.
Sure you wanna give me, be a free for me. Spend a bag and make it back, you know I'll always get it free. Pursue and sell to me, slash his face, keep it clean. I'll never ever a supreme bitch. Sure you wanna give me, sure you wanna give me, sure you wanna give me, sure you wanna give me. Give me, how the fuck is that? Give me, what the fuck is that? Give me, what the fuck is that? Sure, I wanna motherfucker, give me, bitch.
Alrighty. Chat, how we feeling about that one? That was kind of interesting for a first time submission, man. So, let's just hop right into this one. We're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental here. We're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track. Instrumental. Definitely love the futuristic melody here. The Yeet influence is heavy. The futuristic melody here is great. I feel like the drums could have hit a little bit harder as far as the instrumental goes. The but I definitely like the sort of futuristic vibe going on here, 100%. Um, yeah, the instrumental, you know, it's kind of interesting because I almost feel like it's a little repetitive, but definitely has some good structure to it. I almost feel like this could have used like a counter melody or something of that nature, maybe a reversal here and there. But all in all, the beat was pretty good. I enjoy the melody here, definitely. Um, the mix is definitely solid. Like I said, the drums could have hit a little bit harder for sure. I would have definitely liked to hear that, 100%. Vocals. Um, the performance was there. Like I like the performance here. I like the way that the vocals were recorded. I feel like lyrically it was a bit repetitive for me. I feel like there wasn't enough content to grab from this. Um, as far as like, you know, this is definitely like one of those songs you could like get really fucked up and like mosh to or something like that, or like, you know, like performing this would probably be lit. But like as like a first time listener and like going in super blind to this track, um, yeah, I feel like this was a little bit repetitive. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I feel like the feature did their thing though. The feature definitely did their thing. Um, I don't know if a better mix could have done anything. Not like a better mix, but I guess like a different mix. But all in all, I think lyrically a bit too repetitive. But other than that, the performance was there. Um, the enthusiasm was a bit under the weather, but like that's probably the style that Yamin was going for there. So um, definitely decent, definitely decent. So yeah, instrumental decent. Drums could have been a little bit better. Um, lyrically, you know, there wasn't too much redeeming here for me. I really feel like it was a little bit too repetitive. But other than that, the performance was there for sure. Um, definitely would have liked maybe a verse from Yamin, or at least like a almost like a switch up of styles or flows, something to where it was switched up, like completely. Because like if you're gonna do those types of like um easily repeatable hooks and choruses, you could take the like heretic approach where like, yeah, he says like, you know, something like, you know, 3 or 4 times in a row, but he follows it up with like a verse in like either a completely different mix or a completely different like a vocal style, cadence, anything like that. That's definitely what could have benefited here from this track for sure. I feel like this track could have improved tenfold. But all in all, that could have been the approach. You know what I mean? Can't harp too hard on it. It's just first time impressions. Um, so all in all, if that's like the vision, then that's fine too. You know what I mean? Because like people sometimes just want to record fucking basic turn up tracks that really just fucking are a banger ass beat and you could like mosh to and shit. You know what I mean? This is definitely one of those, 100%. Um, so yeah, vocally, Yamin almost a little too repetitive, but all in all, the performance was solid for sure. The feature here, the feature was definitely interesting. I feel like they brought a new element at least, which is like, you know, the number one thing when you're making any type of track, right? You're gonna want your feature to bring something new to the track, not really compete with you or try to sound the same or anything like that. So I feel like the feature here in this case definitely brought something new, a little bit of a switch up, a little bit of a new flow, um, and definitely talk their talk. So that's one thing that's very typical about this is the fact that there is a feature and they were able to bring something new to the table and just switch up this track a little bit for sure. So all in all, vocals a little bit too repetitive for me, but performance was there from both Yamin and the feature, 100%. The theme here. No, the theme is kind of funny because aesthetically, Beat Me Up is fucking hilarious because the track is titled Geek With Me. So obviously, you guys get the hint. And I love the dark aesthetic though. This fucking cabin goes super, super hard. Parental advisory sticker is a nice touch. This is just like the extra effort, you know what I mean? Like this cover in particular is really, really dope to me. 100%. 100%. Lyrically, as far as the theme goes, literally it's about getting geeked, man. Fucking geeking, tweaking, and just fucking this is almost like it's not like drug music, but it's definitely like chill out, smoke a blunt, end of like the night music. Or if this were to be performed live, this could definitely go hard for sure. This is like one of those songs that could go really hard live. But all in all, definitely not a bad first impression. I've heard other Yamin tracks that are definitely not like better, but show off Yamin's skills in a different way, without a doubt. But we've had a few artists like that where their first tracks here on Music Mondays are very like more different than their some other tracks that they have out. So that's why it's always dope to feature whatever the artist picks, and then we go in blind and just give our thoughts and opinions, and really what you can go back and do better, you know what I mean? Because the point of the show here is not to tear any artist down, you know what I mean? But I can't also gas everybody up and fucking lie to people, otherwise people wouldn't get nothing from the show, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's that on that one, ladies and gentlemen. That was a good first impression for sure. Shout out to Yamin. Thank you for the submission, homie. Much fucking love. Make sure you follow Yamin on SoundCloud. You can follow him right here on SoundCloud. Approaching 150 followers. He's at 141. Make sure you go show him some love, man. And of course, follow Yamin on Twitter at Yamin. And of course, per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe, drop a like. We're approaching 50 subs. We upload a video every Thursday and Saturday. Music tips, full Music Mondays episodes, exclusives, you name it, it goes on the Music Mondays YouTube channel. So definitely drop a sub if you haven't already. And if you have, thank you. I appreciate it. And if you didn't know, the Music Mondays podcast is available on all audio platforms as well. So up till, I believe, episode 30 is available on all audio sites, including Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, all places like that. So if you're interested in the older episodes of Music Mondays, we're slowly adding every episode. So make sure you go check that out, man, for sure. So, up next, we got the homie, Hi-Rez. And actually, how are we doing? We've been going hard, chat, haven't we? We've been going stupid hard. Purge of Eden, Thomas Marcus, Cole, Heights, No Name Dread, Michael Jones, Matt, Heretic, Kale, Bloodcat, Yamin, and Hi-Rez. Let's go. Okay, so Hi-Rez is the homie, man. Hi has this like wonderful reggae sound that is like so rare to find, but it's almost a blend of like a little bit of trap sound creation and a little bit of it's a good mix of a like overall great modern reggae sound, and I think Hi does a really, really good job at it. So let's check this out, man. Money Got to Make is a track they submitted this week. Let's check this out. Hi-Rez with these selfies, man, always has me cracking up, bro. Always has me cracking up, man. This motherfucker, bro, has me so fucking dead sometimes. I think last week was the weed track, right? And holy fuck, it was bro, this guy's just so high in the selfie, and it's great. Like, you could tell that Hi-Rez like the person you just want to chill with, because, man, he's just funny without trying to be funny. So it's awesome, man. Hi-Rez a really good vibe. Really, really good vibe. Super, super positive vibe to the Music Mondays community as well. So, let's check this out, man. Turn this up. Yeah, we'll keep that on 720. That's fine. High res. Money got to make.
Ghetto youths, this one is for you, Yeah.
Okay.
One thing I know, I gotta stay on this road. I cannot take this dark out. I gotta stay on my grind. Money got to make in this life. When I look at my watch, well, money, time. When is the last time you see me buy a card? It's validating, and I'm on my pocket like a shark. Well, I stay on the street hustling and see I can find a better way of living in life. Well, judge it by the look on my face. You see me now laugh, it's having no money thing. Well, I feel it in the heart, I can't get caught up with this broke life. I got the thing smart. Well, how to get rich, like Rick Ross, yeah.
Like Rick Ross. Okay.
Me, I tell ya, gonna make that. That's what I say. One thing I know, I gotta stay on this road. I cannot take this dark out. I gotta stay on my grind. Money got to make in this life. When I look at my watch, well, money, time. I gas me and press no break. Yeah, the only time I ever see I stop, and that's the time I wanna see my body laying down in the grave. It's mentally broke down system. We have you working hard like a slave without receiving the right pay. But I not make that stop me from trying. No, not today.
This is a bop.
Get the youths. You gonna make that money.
Reggae influence is nice. It really is. That's why I love high res, man.
One thing I know, I gotta stay on this road. I cannot take this dark out. I gotta stay on my grind. Money got to make in this life. When I look at my watch, well,
Music to get high to. Facts. This is definitely a vibe. It really is, dude. Like, wow. I have some thoughts about this one. That was awesome, man. That was awesome. So let's break this one down, man, because I have some really, really dope thoughts about this. So, per usual, we're going to talk about three things. We're going to talk about the instrumental, we're going to talk about vocals, and we're going to talk about the overall theme of Money Got to Make. So, much like Hestwick said, reggae influence is great here, and I feel like Hi-Res has these, like, this, like, taste in instrumentals where it's like, fuck, dude, he knows exactly what he wants as far as like a perfect blend of like great reggae influence with like a little bit of modern drums. And then this track in particular, Money Got to Make, has some like pop vibes to it almost. It's a little bit of a slight pop vibe here, and it's like, okay, damn. And you got like this fully fleshed out track here, you know, 3 minutes and 9 seconds, and it's fully structured. You got a couple verses here. Hook's great. And much like Hestwick said again, music to get high to, man. Like, you can just kick back, smoke a wood to this, fucking hit the papaya. You'll be all good to go. Like, you'll be fine. This is definitely a chill vibe, 100%. And it starts out with the instrumental, and Higher has a great taste for instrumental as far as like what his sound is and what he wants to create with music, and what his preferred sound is, really. But mix is great. Love the choice, and it's very staple. It's a high res staple to have an instrumental like this. But I like this one in particular because it's almost pop leaning a little bit, but obviously heavy reggae influence, heavy a little bit R&B in there, a little bit almost, you could say. But overall, great instrumental. Great instrumental. Perfect for high res. Vocally though, vocally, this is kind of interesting, right? Because Hyra is just a performer, to be honest with you. Like, there aren't, as far as like reggae artists that like Music Mondays has discovered, there hasn't been many. Maybe one or two, but not many. And Hyra's definitely the leading scorer when it comes to blending some, modern reggae with some other modern genres. But vocally, like, this is a great mix on top of like a great hook and cadence. Like, it just embodies that real reggae vibe. But the fact that there's other genres sprinkled in on here, especially in this track, chef's kiss for sure. But lyrically, I think the lyrics are the shining star here. Because the track's titled "Money Got to Make," and it's about just keeping your head up. Got to stay on the same path, and just, you got to get to the money, man. Like, Hyra's not stupid, man, and not everything in life is about money, but you got to get to the money. You know what I mean? So this is definitely like one of those chill tracks, but you could definitely like get motivated from it too, for sure. So lyrically, I like the writing here a lot, without a doubt. Now, this leads me into talking about the theme here. The theme to Money Got to Make is, like I said, basically just keeping your head up and really like, not being too focused on money, but more being focused on like the grind. And I think Hyra really embodies the grind because he has a great library, pushes his music, and really is consistent too. Very consistent. But obviously, aesthetically, just a Hyra-esque regular cover. But lyrically, the theme definitely goes with the title. The title's perfect. And like I said, more so a chill track that you can actually get motivated by, which it doesn't come often where you can kick back, but the lyrical content reminds you that to, don't be a fucking lazy bitch. You know what I mean? Because Hyra-esque about to go get his money. You know what I mean? So, good theme here. And all in all, the instrumental is great. And vocals were excellent. I think Hyra-esque is a really great reggae artist. And like each track we listen to has like a new blend of whether it be R&B, pop, or their drums are almost laid out in a trap style. Like, Hyra-esque really pushes the bar. And that's all you can ask for in more of like a modern world here. You know what I mean? So I fuck with that a lot. I fuck with that. And any artist that's out here pushing themselves and really like creating new shit and trying to find what they love, kudos to you, man. I tip my hat. Very tippable. So with that said, man, shout out to Hyra-esque. Thank you for the submission, homie. Much fucking love. Make sure you subscribe to Hyra-esque on YouTube. Make sure you follow Hyra-esque on Twitter. And per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the YouTube re-upload. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. Show love. Drop a like. We're approaching 50 subscribers. We upload every Thursday and Saturday, man. We're going super, super hard with the channel, so thank you to everybody else who is already subscribed. And of course, show these artists some love, man. Tell them Music Monday sent you. Drop them a follow. Show them some love, man. So, before we get into this next track, wait, how many we got left? We got Absono, we got Mark, Heavy Metaphors, Heswick, Offspring, Rubes, Mac, and I believe all of them are following the page. I'm pretty sure, but they all should be anyway. So, before we get into these last couple, so I can completely focus up on these reviews, let me go take a piss. And we're going to take another quick intermission. And we'll head right into Absono. So, shout out to anybody else who's been showing love, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anybody else who tuned into the stream tonight, I appreciate it. You guys are the best, man. Yes, I am. Yo, shout out to you, Heswick. Let's go, baby. Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to go in depth with Heswick. First time submitting artist here, so that'll be a fun one for sure. Okay, chat. I'll be right back in about not even 3 minutes, but you guys know the drill. if you're in the chat, watching, lurking, not chatting, if you're here, thank you. And if you subscribe tonight, thank you. Make sure you follow the channel if you haven't already. So, I'll be right back, and then we'll continue on with submissions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So, let's get right back into this. Per usual, men, I always drink coffee and water before the show and shit like that. And of course, during a 3 to 4 hour show, Dude, this video right here, hold on. This video right here has this blank spot. And it's this lo-fi mix. And it's a blank spot, right? And then it just like cuts back in. It was some like probably like copyrighted beat or something like that. That's why I did that fucking static shit. But yeah, man. Obviously I drink coffee and water and shit before the show. But you know, you're talking for 3 or 4 hours straight. You gotta drink water. You gotta go to the bathroom. You guys know the drill. So I appreciate it. Thank you for sticking around. So we just got done with Higher S, and up next we got the homie Absolno. And they asked this week, do y'all accept private unreleased tracks? And of course we do. We have Music Mondays exclusives all the time here. And Absolno said, thanks for the heads up. Hope y'all enjoy this one. And then they replied, fuck Elden Lord. I found a more presentable one. LMAO. So let's get it, bro. Let's get it. The Progressions. I believe it's unreleased. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, we got some Music Mondays exclusive content right here, ladies and gentlemen. So, Absolno is a producer that reached out to us recently. Super, super talented. Really great vibes. Very positive. And just has a really unique sound and a really great brand. Another producer, much like Kale, myself, others I've mentioned, where they just carry themselves like artists and really release instrumentals for themselves and release instrumentals as if they were full tracks, you know? So Absolno definitely has the right vibe for sure. So with that said, Music Mondays exclusive, unreleased track, The Progressions, prod Absolno. Let's get into it. Damn. This is crazy. That was great. Holy shit. Okay, Music Mondays exclusive unreleased Absolno instrumental, man. That was great. That was like super, super fucking unique, man. Wow. Okay, so you guys know the drill. Obviously, no vocals. So we're going to break this down by 2 topics. We're going to talk about the instrumental and we're going to talk about the overall theme of this track. So, The instrumental here was really well done. It's really well done, and I'm gonna tell you why. The melody here is so prominent and so memorable that you didn't really need to go too crazy with the drums, and I think they're perfect as long as they hit just right and like really fucking um really like do the melody justice. I really feel like you don't need to go crazy on certain types of instrumentals. I mean, usually less is more, but in this case, some people could have gotten out of hand with it, and Absolno did not. I feel like this is perfect. Original samples is from James Reese, and the progressions. Oh yeah, see, let's go. So the fact that this is even a sample is fucking crazy. That's awesome. That's awesome. I feel like it's so well utilized too. I feel like it's very, very well utilized. So yeah, sample's great. I love the structure with it, 100%. Now, sample aside, the drums here are probably the shining star because they're not overdone. It's not too much, you know, it's not like a million fucking perks and you know a crash and you know 3808s. Like no, there is probably a total of like less than 7 sounds, maybe if that, and that's all this needed to be like a really like filled kind of instrumental because this sample is perfect, and I think Epsono like really utilized the most of it without like trying to make it too watered down and too fucking crazy and you know like because people sometimes flip samples, loops, anything like that, and they go too crazy and it sort of like takes away from almost the sample itself, you know what I mean? So I feel like the simple drums worked wonders here. But even deeper than that, the sound selection with those very drums were perfect. Very chill, but also kind of hard hitting and like, you know, asserted themselves in the song. Because the sample itself is perfect. Like you could listen to the sample itself and be fine. But the way that the drums assert themselves on the track is perfect here. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Um so structure's great, melody and sample's awesome. The way it was used is great. Um the overall mix with everything too is it's just awesome though. It's just really awesome. Like I think that's one of my favorite parts is how chill and hard this hits. It's really really hard. But like obviously not fucking, you know, too hard or anything like that, but it's perfect, you know what I mean? And I think the trap label is perfect, 100%. It's like almost chill trap. You know what I mean? It's very laid back trap, but still hits nonetheless. Um but one thing that's really good about this too is like the structure is good, but it's not too crazy and like Epsono didn't like um try to make it like, you know, let's say an instrumental for an artist or a beat for an artist or anything like that. I feel like this is great on its own. You know what I mean? This is really one of those tracks that's great on its own, and pretty much one of the reasons why I think producers should be releasing um more solo tracks and more samples and more beats that they enjoy making because it shows off their skill and it shows off what they like to make and well, like pretty much why they make music in general. So I feel like a track like this really embodies that and definitely tells a lot about Epsono for sure. So I love the sample utilization. I love the mix for sure. The drums are awesome. I love the simplistic approach. It was a nice touch and overall it just sounds very um solid. It's very well put together, 100%. Now, moving into this theme, I love the black image because if you're not going to have a cover, and of course, just a private track, so disregard the aesthetic theme. But, like, you know, if you're going to have a black cover or just a placeholder or anything like that, this goes with the rest of their theme. It literally goes with the rest of their theme. And if you noticed last week, I believe we went through their covers and things like that. And it goes right with their theme, and really just goes hand in hand with how they laid out their page, and I really enjoy that. I really, really enjoy that, 100%. Now, Sound wise, obviously a sample like Epsono Send from James Reese. Um, but overall well utilized and didn't make it too like, obvious that it was sampled, right? Because it's a sample, but it's utilized in a way where the drums made it sound so full and so cohesive, and it's really really a really great track here. 100%. Yeah. It's been a while since I've heard somebody sample something like that and do this good of a job, because like they didn't go too crazy on drums, or they didn't like have like a crazy ass mix or anything like that. So all in all, the progression's definitely a solid instrumental. And I just love the fact that you're, you know, solo releasing instrumentals, making single tracks, and really putting yourself on as a producer. And that's really what I would advise any producer to do. It's not worry so much about beat sales and this and this and that. Like, of course, push beats to sell, but push yourself as a producer more. You know what I mean? And the sales will come, and you can deal with that down the line. But I think Epsono has the right idea here, man. This is a great track. This is a really, really great track. Awesome. Shout out to Epsono, man. Thank you for the submission, homie. Much, much fucking love. Per usual, make sure you follow Epsono on SoundCloud. He's at 21 followers. Get this motherfucker to 30 followers, man. Show him some love. Great, great, great producer. Good vibes. Really just an overall chill artist. Make sure you follow him on Twitter as well. Prod Epsono. Yeah, man. That was a treat. Music Mondays exclusive unreleased Epsono right there. And of course, per usual, make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Drop a like and click that description box if you're watching. Go show some of these artists some love. And every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description as well. Mr. Branchy Cookie 40, yo, what's good, homie? Welcome to stream. Welcome. So, that was great. I think that was like, did we have another exclusive tonight, or am I tripping? I don't think we did we? No, we didn't. That was awesome, though. That was a great insight, for sure. So, up next, we got the homie, King Mark. And this will be really interesting for sure. I don't think I've heard this track from Mark yet. Usually I sneak in Mark tracks on SoundCloud Sunday and things like that. But King Mark has been an amazing help around Music Mondays, always shows love to the platform, shows a ton of love to other artists, and just always super active in the community. Nobody can ever have a shitty thing to say about Mark, because he just treats everybody with the utmost, good vibes, and it's just a real pleasure to be around. Consistently submitting artists, and just overall really does his thing, man. Really does his thing, for real. So, with that said, they submitted a track titled Pop These Pills. And it's Lil Wet Jet. This could be the King Mark alter ego. Lil Wet Jet. It most likely is. This graphic is like fucking cooked. Leaks, unreleased, unfinished. Aha, look. We found the Easter egg, boys. We found the Easter egg, chat. Let's go. Let's fucking go. We found the Easter egg. Okay. Let's check this out. 4 days ago, Pop These Pills, Lil Wet Jet / King Mark, man. Let's check this out. And it's a leak. It's a King Mark leak. Holy shit. It says it right here in the title. I'm fucking blind. Covers Pog. Okay. So, with that said, is fuck Lil Wet Jet around here? Yeah, we don't know who that is. Fuck this guy. King Mark, Lil Wet Jet, Pop These Pills. Prod Lil Biscuit. That's a fire producer name, by the way. Let's get into it, man. Wow.
I was faceless. Wish that I could take this. She like my face tats. Meet me after the show, but I can't take that. Yeah, you know how this goes. I'm a lone wolf, can't talk to my friends anymore. I'm so fucked up, screaming till it's tearing my throat. I'm a pop, 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 pop these pills. Yeah, pop, 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 pop. I'm a pop, 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 pop these pills. I'm a pop, pop.
I like the vocal approach here.
I'm a pop, 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 pop these pills. I won't stop, stop, stop till you know how it feels. To the top, to get knocked off the pedestal. She is thought, but these feelings that I got are real. I'm a pop, 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 stop popping pills in a drop top, all black with the wig. Yeah, these subs not, baby, tell me how it feels. Guess I got lost, I was driving through the hills. I'm a pop, 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 pop. I'm a pop, 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 pop these pills. I won't stop, 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 stop. I won't stop, stop, stop till you know how it feels.
That was awesome. Dude, I just noticed the cover had the fucking holy shit. Yo, I just kind of thought the cover, like, the wet jet was like a part of the picture, you know what I mean? Like, you ever look at the picture and just not fucking see something, and then like you take like a deeper look at it and you're like, what the fuck? That crop is amazing. Okay. So, you guys know the drill. This is such an interesting track, right? Because we've heard so much from Mark. We've heard so much from Mark featuring on track. We've heard a decent amount from Mark's homies. This is interesting because we've had like cases of second accounts, leak accounts, and this is like a really interesting approach. Like, I like the fact that it says King Mark leak in the title. Like, I think this is fucking great. Shorty got the wet jet. I spent too much time, dude. It's actually comedy. Tell me you don't look at that and fucking laugh, bro. That's good stuff. So, you guys know the drill, man. We're gonna break this one down. We're gonna talk about three things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. And we're gonna talk about the overall theme of this track. So, the instrumental here is great. Lil Biscuit. I don't think we've heard a King Mark track by Lil Biscuit or Prod Biscuit ever, I don't think. So this is a really, really interesting track to listen to. It almost has like this, it almost sounds like pop and drill had a kid a little bit, and it has like this electronic vibe as well though. I love like the conflicting sounds here in this instrumental. This is quite the instrumental choice. I do say so myself. Like, this is like, yeah. This is like a perfect Mark blend of like instrumental choices here. 100%. I got a couple different vibes from this, and all of them were really dope. But even deeper than that, I'd say the drums here on this track are really, really good. I think the drums are what really gave me like almost drill vibes, but the melody gives me more pop, sort of like, you know, alternative vibes. A little bit of electronic as well. But definitely got a little bit of drill with the drums, and I fuck with that a lot because of like the way that they're laid out and shit. I really feel like this is like almost a different type of King Mark track. This is an old track just recently uploaded. Yeah, see, so this is some throwback B-side King Mark, and this is dope for like an alt account, side account. This is like some shit where, you know, shit, I don't want to release this, or I can, or this, or this, or this, but you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna upload it here. So I think shit like that's really, really sick, because this is like an interesting insight on like King Mark's variety, man. Like, I think Mark was just talking about it recently, but like Mark doesn't have like a consistent style or anything like that. I've seen Mark excel at like all types of genre blending, vocal blending, and this track here is no different at all. But as far as the instrumental goes, Biscuit did an excellent job. I love the melody here. I love the fact that it's all blended together really well, and the mix is just great. Vocals here are interesting because you can tell it's sort of like an early King Mark track. but not in a bad way. It's just more so like a different style. You know what I mean? Like it's a different style of sort of like King Mark that really like you don't see, I guess, right now. But if you were to go look for older King Mark tracks, this is like a really good like look into like how Mark came up with like some of the styles and songs and things of that nature. So this is definitely one of those tracks for sure. So the vocals are really dope. I like the mix as well. I really like the mix as well. It's almost like a blend of like the Seattle autotune sound that I enjoy and a little bit of like King Mark organic sound as well. So the mix is nice and it definitely blends well with the beat 100%. The beats mix really, really well with this for sure, for sure. So the one shining star for me on the vocals has got to be the hook. I feel like Mark performed the hook really well, and I feel like it was just a really like well written hook that's kind of like a vibe, but more so has like the emotional undertone with it, and like you could like really like understand like where that side sort of comes from, and it leads back to like interpreting things in a song in a certain way. And I feel like Mark has like a real advantage with like getting people to relate because it's not like for that reason. It's like always Mark's music, but it's so broad that like anybody could relate with any situation. So that's what's really dope about this, for sure. That's what this track reminds me of, 100%. But all in all, lyrically, this is great. The hook is probably the shining star, well written, well performed as well. The theme here is definitely sort of like I was just talking about. More so a bouncy, upbeat instrumental with a little bit of more sad, emotional undertones, which I think is really one of my favorite types and styles of music. Is really just like more emotional lyrics, but like the instrumentals aren't as sad and like super super down. Instrumentals that are moody and very like bouncy are like the way to go for tracks like this because I just think they come out so sick. Probably a biased opinion, maybe, but I know a lot of people fuck with tracks like that too, as to where you have like the nice bouncy moody sound, but the lyrics have this great undertone where it's like a bit emotional, but also like a little bit of a bop as well. So all in all, Pop These Pills is really like one of those tracks where you find this if you're a super supporter of King Mark and you're like, yo, this is fucking sick. And you just find like all these unreleased exclusive fucking gems. Really dope. Really, really fucking dope. And I love the theme here too. I love the aesthetic theme as well. Like the profile picture came out dope. The name's like a troll, like much like Lil Skunky and shit like that. I feel like the troll approach is pretty dope because you don't have to take it too serious, but you can always like fucking just sort of like upload and like sort of like practice shit almost, I guess. But all in all, I enjoy this theme aesthetically and lyrically for sure. For sure, for sure. Wow. That was an experience. That was an experience. I fuck with this. This is like a real hidden King Mark gem right here, man. I fuck with this a lot. This is awesome. Yeah. So instrumental, great. Shout out Little Biscuit. Vocals, definitely solid. Hook's definitely the shining star for me, for sure. I love the way it's performed. And the theme aesthetically is another shining star here. I think you did a great job with graphics, profile picture, and I think it's all sort of still relating to you because the bio is sort of like a little, just a hint, I guess you could say. So I fuck with that a lot, 100%. The fact that it's like boom, you know what I mean? That's awesome. That's really, really awesome. So, with that said, shout out to King Mark, man. Fucking submitting for the homie Bloodcat, submitting fucking little Wet Jet throwbacks and fucking archives. This is great, man. This is fucking great. Let's fucking go. So yeah, man. With that said, shout out to King Mark. Shout out to Lil Wet Jet. Make sure you go follow King Mark. Follow King Mark on Twitter as well, King Mark Music. Mark is approaching 250, so make sure you go show the homie some love, man. Super, super genuine motherfucker. Just a really nice artist, really nice person, super helpful towards the MM community, the artist community in general, and definitely somebody that you just don't want to miss. You don't want to miss. That's all I'll say. So, with that said, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, if you're not subscribed, subscribe. We're approaching 50 subs. If you already are subscribed, thank you. We drop videos every Thursday and Saturday, full episodes of Music Mondays, music tips, lots of goodies being uploaded on the channel consistently. So make sure you go drop us a sub and go show these artists some love, man. Wow, awesome. Holy shit. We've been going hard, chat. We've been going hard. Let's go. Purge, Gucci, Thomas, Cole, Heights, Dread, Michael, Matt, Heretic, Kale, Bloodcat, Yamin, Iris, Absono, Mark. And up next, we got the homie, Heavy Metaphors. Heavy Metaphors is a producer, engineer, and all-around audio aficionado for the collective known as Human Resources. Lately, they've been collaborating with an artist known as Danger Dat Son. They've been coming out with some crazy artwork, crazy instrumentals, and they've been submitting to Music Mondays for a long time. So it's really interesting to always get submissions from them, be able to showcase them on the platform, and really give you guys an insight on Heavy Metaphors and the collective known as Human Resources, because they have like some of the most unique sounds as far as production goes, but they also like have this like great sort of producer energy going on, much like how I was talking about earlier, where you know you carry yourself a certain way and you release instrumentals and you really treat yourself like an artist. And Heavy Metaphors and Human Resources definitely do that. So this track in particular is titled Time Blaster, and they said more from the project, produced and composed by me, Human Resources, Heavy Metaphors, and Danger Dat Son. So let's pop this bad Larry, open a new Tribute track, or a new Tibbity tab. 1 month ago, so relatively new for sure. Let's check this out. Human Resources, Heavy Metaphors, Danger Dat Son, Time Blaster. The art is fucking crazy, by the way. Well, that was a trip. That was definitely a trip. I feel like the cover perfectly describes this, unless I'm just tripping, literally. Fuck me, man. Wow. Um, they would have liked this. I agree, Heswig. I agree, my friend. Um, so yeah, no vocals here, so you guys know the drill. Let's break this down by instrumental and overall theme of this track. So, um, the first word that comes to mind is experimental. I've heard Human Resources, Heavy Metaphors really produce everything from alternative style stuff, um, almost LSD simulator type music to electronic vibes to all sorts of stuff. But this is some of the most experimental I have ever heard from Heavy Metaphors, like bar none. Some of the most wild and outlandish, for sure. The melody was very like out there, almost like I almost feel like this is like a cartoon track. I kept picturing like fucking um it, it's something like classic. I'm picturing like classic Bugs Bunny or something like that. Maybe it's like the horn or something of that nature. But regardless, the melody was very interesting. But I think the thing that made this the most experimental wasn't exactly the drums, because I think the 808 was a good fit. But I would say the extra effects and sort of the perks and some other certain little sounds that were in here definitely made this very experimental and almost random at times. Other than the structure, um, that's one of the things that made it consistent. But fuck me, this was definitely experimental for sure. Um, so all in all, the melody was definitely dope. Definitely dope. I really enjoyed the 808s. I feel like the 808s and the drums are something that Human Resources and Heavy Metaphors really never have a problem with. I feel like they do really well with drums. Um, but all in all, definitely super experimental. But one thing about this that's a super shining star is the mix. The mix is something that's like, solid, and like if you're gonna do something outlandish like this, it's gotta sound solid. And they totally hit that mark without a doubt. For me anyways. So instrumentally, experimental, definitely mixed really well. And overall, it's always an experience, right? That's one thing you can count on with human resources and heavy metaphors is some of the most outlandish, um, interesting instrumentals that are just wow, really unique, really really unique, and that's something you always got to tip. You got to tip it. The theme here, aesthetically, definitely more of a theme. Instrumentally, I'd say Time Blaster and the cover go hand in hand, but the sound is definitely chaotic and experimental enough that the cover is justified. Like this is a very almost deep fried, disoriented type of cover, and it perfectly describes this track. So I really feel like there's more of an aesthetic theme here than anything. So perfect cover for a track like Time Blaster for sure. Um, so yeah, man, this was interesting, really, really interesting, and I really fuck with what they're doing lately, and just collabing and really going outside the box and just really doing their thing, man. Heavy Metaphors and Human Resources has been around for a while around Music Mondays, so it's always a treat to be able to showcase them here on the platform. With that said, shout out to Heavy Metaphors, shout out to Human Resources, man. Thank you for the submission. Much, much fucking love. Make sure you follow Heavy Metaphors, Human Resources, Super Normal, and make sure you show some love to Danger That Son as well. And make sure you follow Heavy on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. We're approaching 50 subscribers. And we upload 2 days a week. So, let's continue on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it, chat. So we've already been live for about 3.5. We've covered a decent amount of tracks already. Like, a totally, like, I would say a lot of this, it was a lot of, like, really good songwriting, and then it started to get into, like, genre blending, and that's what makes this episode really dope. I'm not gonna lie. It starts to get into some crazy territory, so this is really interesting, for sure. So yeah, everybody's good. King Mark, Heavy, Absono. And up next, we got the homie Hestwick, man. If you don't know who Hestwick is, you might remember them from a interview we did with them last month here on the Music Mondays homepage, man. Was a short but wonderful insight on Hestwick and how they're doing as a creator, starting out making music, and just really an insight on somebody who's making some good, unique sounds. And this will be their first time on the show, so this will be interesting. This will be interesting. Nervous for my turn? Nah, you're good, homie. Let's get it, Hestwick. Let's get it, baby. Let's dive into this. So, Hestwick's caption here was, I'm going to have to try to remember to tune in. The feedback would definitely benefit on my past because guidance is what I'm looking for at this time. Well, I got you, my friend. I got you on some guidance, homie. Let's get it. So, of course, we're going to pop this open a brand new Tabaroonie. Hestwick, a Prince of My Kingdom. Wow. Prince of My Kingdom. I love the layout of this track as well. You know, that's one thing I don't touch on a lot is I saw Bloodcat do it earlier, and like the way that people title their tracks, as long as you credit everybody and like really like um do the standard stuff, like how you title your tracks is up to you. So if you feel like being obscure and adding like random symbols and other shit into your track titles, by all means do so, because it just makes your track like all the more personal. So if you're an artist out there, definitely do that. And this layout sort of reminded me slightly of that. But the simple cover is something that I'm noticing right away, and I think it's great. Shows effort. It shows that you're trying to give this track some identity rather than go super hard with, like, you know, a track that has, you know, the title name, this, that, and the third. And plus, it's just a cover that you fuck with. So, as you've heard me talk about here on the show multiple times, simple is always good, for sure. So, first time submitting artist Hestwick. We've interviewed them on the site. We featured them on SoundCloud Sunday, I believe. And this will be their first time on the show. So let's dive into this. Hestwick, Prince of My Kingdom. Let's check this out.
I move to the beat of my own drum. And if you try me, I make you look dumb. I'm the prince of my kingdom. Can't take it from me, I want my freedom. From twilight to midnight, everything is alright. I don't like war, but this is my vibe. You can see me in the dark, I shine so you even know. You're the light of my life. I love you so much, yeah, I want you for life. Do you even know how much you mean to me? I want to be your friend, I am not your enemy. You hold the key to my heart. You know who you are. I don't care how far. Where it begins is not where it starts. Where it begins is not where it starts.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
That's great.
You hold the key to my heart. I move to the beat of my own drum.
Oh, wow.
And if you try me, I make you look dumb. I'm the prince of my kingdom. Can't take it from me, I want my freedom. From twilight to midnight, everything is alright. I don't like war, but this is my vibe. You can see me in the dark, I shine my light.
Wow. Holy shit. I've been only making music for a year, so I'm learning. Okay, yeah, so that's something we're definitely going to touch on. But this was great. This was fucking great. And actually really impressive for somebody who's truly only been making music for a year. This is very, very, very impressive. So let's just dive right into it. You guys know the drill. We're going to break this down. We're going to talk about three things here. We're going to talk about the instrumental, we're going to talk about vocals, and we're going to talk about the overall theme of this track. So, the instrumental here is one... It almost gives me Shinigami, kind of like very dreamlike. It's like such a great choice for not only being an artist that's only been making music for a year, right? But when you think about that and you keep that in the back of your head, picking a beat like this, you gotta have like a vision in mind, and you definitely had the vision in mind, which tells me you're on the right track. Because you're like, okay, I want myself to sound like this, and I want an instrumental like this, and I know exactly what I'm about to write to this. So instrumental choice here is great. But on top of that, deeper, I'd say the instrumental is really well mixed, and definitely love the structure, and overall like a very easy to move kind of like vibe. And like the melodies here, like outside of the drums, I feel like the melodies are very comfortable. Like it's a very comfortable dream kind of beat. Like I get instantly comfortable listening to like pop dream like sort of beats like this, where it's just comfy vibes, man. It really is just comfy vibes. Very like Kingdom Hearts, kind of like lost and chilling, like just vibing out. But the drums, you talk about those and you add those on top of the melody, you have these drums that bring the aggression, you bring the bounce, you bring all of that. But it's all surrounded by such a good mix. So this producer here did an excellent, excellent job. So I love the instrumental choice, first of all. So outside of the instrumental, with the mix, I think it sounds excellent. With your vocals, I think the mix is great. Yeah, the engineer did an excellent job. Yeah, for sure. So I said take a drink. So yeah, instrumental's great. The way it sits with the vocals, everything's great. No gripes there. I really do feel like you nailed it on that 100%. Moving on to vocals. the vocal mix is perfect. Whoever mixed your vocals, probably the engineer as well, um, obviously. But like it's so good for only a year. Because some people, like, they'll just start off and they'll be like, yo, fucking I just learned how to mix, and that's fine too. But if you get somebody else to mix for you, and you can, have them sound design for you, and try to, learn where you want to be as far as the sound goes, I think that's always a good thing, and I think you hit the nail on the head with this for sure. um I'd say one of the only things vocally that like, it wasn't even bad. I would say you could have done better, and you will get better as time goes on, is almost more emphasis, like more passion, more like emphasis on the hook, more emphasis on like your performance when you record. And that's just something that comes with time, because it's not necessarily something that you get right off the rip, right? Like you don't fucking start making music one day, and you don't hop in the booth and you're like, uh you're just not, you don't have all the energy, because you're not used to recording yet. But as you continue to record, um that will come with time, as to where you're gonna be like, yo, like, I'm feeling myself on this track, and yo, I'm fucking, um I'm like really getting into it. So with that said, as far as vocals go, everything else across the board, with only a year under your belt, is impressive. Like, insanely impressive. I checked out a couple songs when we did your interview about a month ago, and this was one of the songs that I had not heard. And it's really impressive. It's really, really fucking impressive. Because when you consider everything else, right? You consider the mix, you consider the flows and cadences, you consider the writing, and you consider the hook. And then the structure for this whole track. Realistically, the only thing was just your energy. And then once you fucking just keep making tracks, like, that's the only thing. Like there's no way to like suddenly get more energy, right? Like, you literally fucking boom, like, you just go into the next one, new track, boom, new track, boom, and you're just pumping them out, and eventually you'll start feeling yourself, and you'll fit so much more into like Hestwick. You'll feel like, okay, like, I know what I'm meant to sound like, I know how to record this, and I know how to record that. Because other than that, I think you nailed everything vocally, in my opinion, especially the writing. The writing is really fucking good. Like, the songwriting here is A1 for sure. It's like romantic, but not like corny romantic. It's like, it's got enough like attitude with it, where it's like you can say a bunch of soft, like, sort of emotional things, but you're also letting people know that you're not a fucking pussy. You're like, yeah, if you try me, this, and this. Like, I love that balance of like showing emotion, but also like letting everybody know you're not a bitch. And I think that's what's really sick about this, is like, if you're gonna do these kind of like pop dreamlike like genre blendings, because there's a little bit of trap drums in here too. But if you're gonna do that type of thing, you got to balance it out with some emotions, and then you got to balance it out with some really good like aggressive energy. Not like super aggressive, you know what I mean? You're not gonna pull out a fucking Glock on a track like this. I mean, you could, but you say it and have lyrics in a way where you're you. And I think that's what's the best thing, is like, you're being honest. Like, all of this is very believable. Like, all of this is very honest, and very like, I really think that's one of my favorite parts about this, is the honesty, and like the fact that you're like laying out emotional subjects, but also like being able to like turn it into a full length track. Like, as to where like it's not like a song, like a one time thing. Like, you literally cook this up. it's very believable, and it's like got this like well written like story, but it's the structure that almost glues it all together, I want to say. So all in all, I love everything about these vocals, man. You have a very, very bright future ahead of you if you keep doing what you're doing. Very, very bright future. Everything is learning when it comes to um music. It really is, and it's an everyday journey, and it's not something that happens overnight. Because you could see people, that get famous overnight and all this other bullshit. That's some people do, but most of the time it's a bunch of horseshit. Everybody works fucking hard for this, you know what I mean? So as long as you keep putting in the work, man, you're gonna get better and you're gonna be exactly where you want to be. But before I continue with that thought, let's move on to the theme here. The theme aesthetically is great because, like I said, I love the minimalist cover here. Very great minimalist approach, very simple. And HD as fuck. You know what I mean? Like HD as fuck. I love the cover. Absolutely. It's a nice touch. And aesthetically, to add on to that, the way the title is written with the title in quotes and then the prod how it is and then Hestwick, that's perfect. Like I've never like because it's unique to Hestwick, because it's not like it's doing anything crazy, but the fact that it's like your own personal way of writing a title, that's what you want. You know what I mean? You're original. That's what you fucking want. You know what I mean? So if it feels weird doing your own thing, don't feel weird. You don't want to be a follower. Fuck these other motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Don't follow nobody. You know what I mean? Don't listen to nobody either. You know what I mean? Of course, Music Mondays is always going to be non-biased, so you can listen to us. But anybody else who's hating, you know what I mean? Don't listen to no fucking hater. Don't listen to your family if they don't believe in you. Don't listen to no shit like that. If music and creating vocals and putting out songs is something you want to do and make a career from, work your ass off and don't listen to fucking anybody, because just based off of this track alone, if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to get exactly where you need to be and where you want to be, like without a doubt. And don't get me wrong, it's a bitch. You know what I mean? Like everybody has to work though. And you're either going to work, a shitty fucking job somewhere, or you're going to work your ass off for music and work some shitty job for a little bit while you work your ass off for your dream. You know what I mean? So fuck that. Either way you're going to work, so keep working on this. You know what I mean? Fuck it. So don't listen to nobody. A year, this is insane. My beats weren't even shit after like, actually, yeah, they're okay for like the first year, but fuck, vocals, it's way different. You know what I mean? Like doing this after a year, it just means you picked it up quick and you're a quick learner and you're naturally like in tune with like your creative side. You know what I mean? And that's all that means. So to add on to that, if you're a quick learner, that means you can apply that skill to anywhere else, right? So right now you have an engineer, but one day you might want to mix your own vocals and learn that. Who knows? One day you might want to fucking learn how to make beats and make simple beats with loops and fucking make some shit for yourself. But the fact that you picked it up this quick, like literally is like something that you can apply everywhere else. You can be like, okay, I'm pretty decent at vocals. Sure. All right. I'm trying to improve, but let's try to learn engineering. Let's try to learn that. You know what I mean? Always apply yourself and always keep going. You know what I mean? It's all about the passion and the fact that this is how far you've come for just a year. Something to be very proud of. Something to be very, very proud of for sure. Regardless of whether you're doing it on your own, you're watching tutorials, you're learning, you're this, you're that. If this is what you're putting out for a year and you keep doing this, can you imagine where you're going to be in another year? Just keep doing this for sure. For sure. Push yourself as an artist, push yourself as a vocalist, try new things. But if you find something you like and you find something that other people like too, stick with it if you want. And if you don't, push yourself, you know what I mean? Always make music for you, but always make sure that you're making the best content so people can come out and be like, oh, I fuck with this too. Because there's an ass for every seat. And believe me, You can definitely build a wonderful community with a sound like this, without a doubt, for sure. And that's my number one thing I could say. Starting out, you know what I mean? Don't fucking listen to anybody. You know what I mean? Truly do not listen to anybody. And you know, more so than that, don't listen to yourself. You're going to feel stuck. Sometimes you're going to feel fucking, you know, shitty. You're going to feel like what you're creating isn't shit. Out of everything, don't listen to yourself. Because what you have right here, I'm telling you myself that you have a future in music, without a doubt. Keep progressing, put your heart into it, take breaks when you need to, and keep going, without a doubt. And musically, you'll develop more energy as you go. You know what I mean? You'll develop way more energy as you go, for sure. Without a doubt. Yeah, the self-doubt is insane. That creative block and creative stress is rough shit. Can be taxing. It really can. It really can, like, especially for vocalists, you know what I mean? You know, because I have a couple of artists that I'm talking to right now that have trouble putting out music because they feel like they haven't put out music in a while, and, you know, this and that, you know, lots of situations come up that you don't expect the deeper you get in, and you can't be afraid of it. You know what I mean? You can't be afraid of it. But like Mark said, it can be taxing. So make sure you take breaks, take care of yourself, but never give up. And the number one person you never want to listen to is your fucking self. Because yourself is going to be your number one enemy. You know what I mean? Because there were for real times I believed that fucking, you know, I'd never build another platform because I thought the underground was dead. And here we are. You know, for real. Your mind will have you in the fucking gutter. I'm telling you. So, without a doubt, don't listen to that self-doubt. And always keep your head up. And just keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Because, phew. Bright future ahead of you, my friend. And judging by the looks of your library, it looks like you have. It looks like you have. Like, over the course of a year. Bro, people put out one fucking song, like, every, like, 3 months. And the fact that you racked this up over a year, good job. Good fucking job. Yeah, definitely something to be proud of, bro. Definitely something to be proud of. Seriously. Good for you, my friend. Good for you. No cap, just keep going. Keep fucking going. Pop Prince from a different dimension. Yeah, bro, like, that's what I mean. I love the theme, too. Like, that's one thing I want to touch on before we wrap this up. The theme here is great from Hestwick. I think the branding is on point. I love the clouds. I love the title. And I noticed that when I was posting your article was some of the photo shoots and some of the shit that you post is perfect for yourself because nobody else is doing shit like that. You're yourself. And I really think that's great. People are going to start copying from you, bro. Like, for real. That's awesome, man. That's fucking awesome. Good for you, my friend. Good for you. And with that said, shout out to Hestwick, man. First time submitting artist here on Music Mondays. Was a pleasure to have you here on your first submission. We've also interviewed Hestwick on Music Mondays. So if you haven't seen or read the interview, make sure you go check that out, man. It's a quick read. It's a good read. Go get a little bit more in-depth look on Hestwick, man. And make sure you follow Hestwick on SoundCloud. He's approaching 260. Go bump him up there. Go show him some love, man. And Hestwick, man, just keep doing your thing, homie. Keep fucking doing your thing. Much fucking love. And make sure you follow Hestwick on Twitter as well, at Hestwick. Show him some love. Hestwick's approaching. Choo! Damn, Hestwick! The 16. Damn, Hestwick got the fucking Twitter army, man. Let's go. Go show Hestwick some love, man, because you know almost 17K he's tweeting bangers. Go show Hestwick some love, man. Super genuine soul, man. Super genuine soul. Came through, dropped a sub tonight. Submits a track, is nervous, only been making music for a year, and that is what you put out. You ain't got nothing to be worried about, my friend. You ain't got nothing to be worried about, for real. Number one thing is, keep going, and just don't listen to nobody. Don't listen to nobody. Yep, without a doubt. And you guys know the drill, man. Per usual. Every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Literally Tears, thank you so much. You're very welcome, my friend. You're very welcome. I cannot wait to hear from you again. I cannot wait to hear your next track. Feel free to submit next week, and we'll be here every Monday. So, definitely don't stop, and don't listen to nobody for shit. I'm telling you, fuck them, my friend. Keep going. So up next, we got the homie Offspring Mysterious, man. And if you don't know, this is our short film part of the night where we check out the homie Offspring Mysterious and we see what's going on in their short film archive. And if this is your first time here on Music Mondays, Offspring has a wonderful library of short films that he edits, films, and produces pretty much all the music for. And he does a wonderful job and is super just a hardworking artist out here, because there aren't too many artists like Offspring that are really doing it all, like really doing it all. I'm talking covers, music, posting, descriptions, website, art, filming, editing. Like, bro, Offspring is motherfucking passionist, just great passion. So let's check out what we have this week from Offspring. What a beautiful forest. Pallets of the Forest. Let's check this out, man. Heswick made a great first impression. Heswick did make a great first impression, man. Heswick did a fucking awesome job. Without a doubt, did an awesome job. Let's check out the description before we start here. Strange, me and Offspring were playing football. And one thing you know, poof, now me and the guys are trying to figure out where the hell did he go. I know his wife didn't call him, or else he would have been here at all. Another thing is also bothering me. Why do I feel something calling me? It feels like a cry from help. We're not from a person. More like a place. Oh, damn. Bunch of Offspring tracks. Look at the Offspring fucking... Whoo! Offspring arsenal comes through with the instrumentals this week, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Let's hop right into this. Offspring Mysterious, Pallets of the Forest. Let's full screen this bitch. Homie dancing to one of my beats. I was about to say, I was like, what the fuck? And he's getting it too. He's getting it. He's fucking getting it, bro. I love it, literally. Is he really? What a fucking gangster. What the fuck? What a beast. My man with the swag per usual. Oh shit. About to be lit. Oh shit, it's slow mode. Let's go. That edit was sick. Oh shit. He's going long. The transitions are great. He's like, yeah, you got that. He's like, what the fuck? Thank you. You're welcome, homie. He's like, what the fuck? No, that was good. That was fucking good, dude. That was good. That was fucking good. Like, what the fuck? Uh. Among Us energy. Never watched an Offspring video. I feel like the King of the Mozart movie. Is it modern? I call it ahead of my time. You're not wrong, Offspring. You are not wrong. Remember, bro, I told you. Your music over like one of these is gonna go viral on fucking TikTok. I could just see it now. I'm calling it now before it happens. Offspring's gonna be the first one to go viral on TikTok out of anybody in the Music Mondays community. Maybe we all will, but like I feel like Offspring has the most chance. I don't know why. Wait, I want the hoodie. I got the plugs. You're right about that. Dude, I could just see it, bro. Like I'm telling you, like your music, just like a funny ass snippet, and boom. I don't know why. I feel like you would do so well on that platform. Because you're so comfortable around a camera already. I feel like you'd really benefit from it. Not that you'd like need to or anything like that, but I feel like it'd be easy. And you're always dripped out. So it's like, shit, you got the fits. Got too much sauce. Oh, yo. The computer head guy. That would go crazy. Did you just sip water, but had to, like... That's actually so funny. The massive heartbeat. It's like, oh. You good, pimp? I did. Let's go, man. Oh, his speed is hard as fuck. Oh, his speed is a vibe. But I don't want to spill it yet. Not yet. Yo, Hestwick, what the fuck? You just blew my mind, bro. You just blew my mind. Oh my god. Oh my, yo. That's a crazy good idea. That's a crazy good idea, bro. Somebody gotta do it. Somebody gotta do it, bro. Yo, Hestwick, you're a fucking genius, man. You are a genius. That's a good idea. That's a good fucking idea. Look at him go. Y'all want to fund my smoke detector battery? Yeah, I've been starting backrooms for weeks. Yo, that has been so trendy lately. It's crazy. I was just talking about that with my homie. Backrooms is crazy. I remember when I first found out about it. Actually, Rubes, that's definitely a good idea. Look at this. Look at Offspring jamming, dude. What the fuck? Backrooms is a strange idea and I like it. Reminds me heavily when stalker images were a thing. It never became popular because an old generation. Yeah, Rubes, because I remember I found out about it before it like recently went viral again. And I was wondering why it went viral again because I was like, dude, I've like known about that. You know what I mean? Like I remember watching a video about it a while ago. And then recently it got like super viral and I was like, holy shit. Wicked popular. Look at that fireplace. I have a fireplace just like that. What the fuck? Oh shit, this track's lit. Did audio go out, or are you on a break real quick? No, audio should be there. What are you talking about? Offspring's videos are just like silent films. But yo, it's good, Heretic. Welcome. I hope you're well. They're like silent films, and then they just come out with fucking bangers out of nowhere. Heretic was like, what the fuck? My bad. Nah, you're good, homie. You're good. You're good, buddy. That was just funny. And just joined it was so lost. You're probably not the only person that's done that, so don't worry, Heretic. I've never heard of that before. Is a first for everything, eh? I hope it smelled good. Probably fruit. Like video games in the real world. It really is, dude. That's why I love the Heretic short films, man. Like a tangerine, yes, like a tangerine. Or like strawberries. But yeah, I would agree though. Like video games in the real world. Whenever Heretic or whenever Offspring first submitted this like type of content, it was like some of the most unique and like interesting shit I had ever seen. Like straight up. And it's like somebody could have done this, right? And it still would have been unique and cool. But the fact that Offspring creates his own instrumentals, does the editing, you know what I mean? Like it's all DIY. It makes it so much better to me. Nailed it. That was crazy. What? That's actually really crazy. Oh yeah, Hestwick has never seen the basketball videos. Those are legendary. And my personal favorites. Uh. Oh shit. Oh, what? 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 That was fucking crazy. Dub. A big fucking W right there.
Oh yeah, I'm just scratching the surface.
That instrumental was great. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah. Hestwick. Oh fuck. Look at that stance. The entrance. Yeah, it definitely looks cold. There's no leaves on the trees. Probably brick. And that guy's got shorts right behind you. He's just chilling. There's always one guy. There's always one guy. Just randomly, you know what I mean? It's the one guy when it's like 32 degrees out and he's like, fuck it, bro. Throw the camo bitches on. Oh shit. That was sick. That was really sick. I'm not gonna lie. That was interesting. That one was like investing. Wait, there's like 30 seconds. Hold on. We're not done. We're not done. Oh, okay, now we're done. I thought we were in for something. Oh shit. Drop date. June 6th. Fucking YouTube and the next feature. But wow, that was a treat, man. That one was hella interesting. That one was really I was invested in that one. I mean, I always am, but that one was intriguing. That one was really intriguing. But honestly, where the fuck do I begin, man? Like, I have so much respect for Offspring, dude. Offspring is really like one of these artists that I came across, and I'm pretty sure, fucking, like the first submission was their art and their website. Surprise! I'm dropping Walking Onslaught's Tale. Let's go. So in literally a little over a month, like a month and 3 days. Let's fucking go. What songs you heard of Ori samples? See, that's the other thing too, is like your sample library is crazy. Crazy. But this is really enjoyable, man. This is really enjoyable. As far as Offspring visuals go and editing, this is by far one of the best edited, most interesting, and like well acted pieces that Offspring has ever put out. Because you guys obviously know my personal favorites are the Basketball League videos and a lot of the other creative stuff that Offspring has brought to the table. And these short films and short episodes and short stories are only getting better. Like they're genuinely only getting better. And I think the one thing that I always want people to take from Offspring is the ability to always bank on yourself and to always work really, really hard. Because Offspring is having so much fun, like getting angles, getting clips, acting shit out, coming up with ideas, and then editing, and then creating instrumentals and designing things, and it's all not necessarily work, but Offspring works a ton. Like, this is all pure DIY passion, and you can't not tip that. Like, you can't not tip that. Like, in a landscape where everything is based off of like how like much you can put out and like how much effort you do and like all the stuff like combined, I really think Offspring nails it. Like, for the people that come up with excuses or come up with reasons why they don't do this or this or this, Offspring has a wonderful detailed descriptions every single time. 90% of his videos have his own instrumentals. They're edited by him, and you can add in all the links on top of it. Like, Offspring really works his fucking ass off, and that's something that I've always admired since day one. And I knew when I first took a look at Offspring's website that Offspring was really a creative that was really passionate about what they do. You know what I mean? And I know Offspring can go far just based off their work ethic. I think Offspring is very talented, like, because not everybody has the balls to do this, and not everybody has the fucking guts, and not everybody can be comfortable on camera and then edit and then, you know, run into problems and create instrumentals and do all sorts of things that it takes to create a short 30-minute piece like this. So it's so tippable in my book, man. And I've always really respect Offspring for this. I really have. And the number one thing is to just always have fun, and Offspring always looks like he's having fun and always is just goofing and like always makes me laugh and always like gets the chat involved, and the chat's always like, oh yeah, what the fuck, like it's always something else away from Music Mondays, like music sections, because contrary to our name, like I always say, we do review and look at and discover all forms of art, you know what I mean? And that's down to digital designs, instrumentals, live instruments, um short films, NFTs, like whatever you're working on as an independent creator and you feel that it needs light shined on it, and you're working hard, that's what I want to look for. And Offspring is a perfect fit for that, because like Offspring is really like one of those creators that like you would never find out unless they submitted, and then you find out this like really like huge library and like how hard they work. And you know, it's really admirable. It's really really fucking admirable, and I'll always have a lot of respect for Offspring. Not only for the hard work and the passion, but just being able to always keep going and like always have fun and be a goofball and just be fucking dumb. You know what I mean? But it just makes for great content, and it's awesome. It's really awesome, and I love to see it here on Music Mondays, man. And that's why I started the show, is to shed light on creators like this that um nobody else would. You know what I mean? Nobody else is gonna fucking uh you know, other platforms and this and that and the third. That's the whole conversation. But like I specialize in taking my time out and looking for the people that are passionate and, you know, have small followings and really just love what they do, and also support Music Mondays, and it's all of those things, and Offspring just delivers every time, and it's really inspiring, really inspiring. Subscribe to Offspring. Let's fucking go, Hestwick, man. This motherfucker has been so close to 90 for a minute, so that's awesome. That's a really good shout. That's a really good shout. But yeah, man, I'm a huge fan of Offspring's content. I like all of it. I like the passion. I love the designs. I love that you do everything. I love that everything's in house. It's all very very inspiring. And with that said, man, huge shout out to Offspring Mysterious. Shout out to you for submitting every week. Shout out to you to dedicating yourself every week to your work. Just keep doing your thing, man. Don't let nobody tell you shit about short films. Take yourself to TikTok. Do short, funny, fucking little snippets and expand, bro. Keep doing your thing, man. Because if nobody believes in you, I believe in you. So fuck them. You know what I mean? Fuck them. Keep doing your thing, my friend. Keep doing your thing. For real. So, per usual, with that said, you guys know the drill. Make sure you show some love to Offspring Mysterious, man. This guy's been pushing 90 for the last couple weeks. If you don't get him to 90, get Offspring Mysterious to 90, man. Hard working motherfucker out here, man. Shout out to Hestwick, man. So, you guys know the drill as well. Make sure you follow Offspring on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. We upload every week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full episodes, snippets, exclusives, Music Mondays, tips, tricks, all sorts of goodies here on the channel. So make sure you're subbed so you don't miss anything. And of course, check the description for all these wonderful artists. Show them some love. Tell them Music Monday sent you. And drop them a follow, man. For real. Walking on Science Basketball League Part 3. Definitely down, my friend. And you're very welcome. You're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. Always got my faith in you, homie. So, 2 submissions left. Shout out to the late night crew here with me, 1 a.m. Eastern time, man. Relatively still early over on the West Coast. It's only about 10 p.m., so not too shabby. But, Shout out to the UK, man. It's about 6 a.m. over in the UK. Them lads are just waking up right now. So shout out to our staff members over there in the UK just waking up. Um, 2 submissions left of the night. We had about a banger of a fucking episode tonight, chat. Literally big shout out to the late night crew, man. We've been live for almost 5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. 5 hours, 5 hour show. I think we only have had like 3 5 hour shows, but shout out to the late night crew, man. So up next we got the homie Rubes, who's also in chat. Shout out Rubes, man. Rubes is a speedrunner, gamer, and just a homie, man. But also a very talented instrumentalist. And this week they submitted most likely a instrumental sample that they recorded. Rubes is interesting because we have a few artists here on Music Mondays that we've reviewed that do live instruments and have done a couple of live tracks and covers and shit like that. We've reviewed drummers, so Rubes is among the crew of live instruments, and it's really another niche that we like to hit here on Music Mondays, because like you saw with Offspring, or like your typical regular tracks, or everything like that. We accept all art, so let's hop right into this one, man. And I'm pretty sure me and Rubes were supposed to have a track a while ago, but I just haven't finished it up yet. Because obviously Music Mondays busy. You guys know the drill. But me and Rubes will definitely be having a track extremely soon, so expect that done. Might even use it for Curing Cases of the Mondays. Our new album dropping. There's a lot on the table. So, with that said, let's check this out. Let's pop this open a new tab. And Rube says there's a secret about this track I made. Minute and 2 seconds. Live recording. Let's get it. This is great. What the fuck? This is fucking heat. The end was lit. Fuck me. Bro, that's like some shit that I would use. What the fuck? Yeah, see, this is why. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, so before I get into this, me and Rubes have had a track in the fucking vault for like a long time coming. He sent me a loop a while ago. I haven't finished it up yet. Obviously you've been busy and shit like that, but this is really motivating. This is awesome. This is a really, really, really dope loop. 100%. The guitar you hear there I built recently, still fine tuning, all from scratch. It's really interesting. I have a mod in my chat. I met him from Call of Duty Zombies, and he also is a big fan of building guitars. He's actually in the process of opening his own shop, and he's from Tennessee, so super influenced by that scene. And yeah, it's kind of funny that there's always been like that resurgence of people that are super into like not only like playing live instruments and like doing all sorts of things with them, but building them from scratch and doing like really interesting shit like that is super cool. Super fucking cool. And always just like a different side of music that I don't think people ignore. I just think people don't touch on it enough, and that's also why it's good to have this on the show. Is because I feel like people don't touch on things like this enough. But man, obviously no vocals or theme or anything like that to break down. But instrumentally, this loop is fucking fire. As far as like an organic loop, this is great. This is like a Zom guitar all fucking day long. All day long. Like me as a producer, like every producer has like a type of instrumental they like making, right? Um this is the type of instrumental that I would use, and this is the type of instrumental I would either, you know, find in a loop, make it myself, whatever the case may be. This is really like what I love to make. Like this is like right up my alley as far as like what my musical taste and craving is. I would love to add some like really great modern drums on this and just clean it up, and man, this is exactly the type of shit that's amazing. And like Heavy Metaphors and Human Resources, who we uh discussed a bit earlier in the show, they are also live instrumentalists and do a lot of their work through the PC as well. But they make a lot of live guitar shit that is super inspiring, super inspiring. And honestly, shit like this too, there's something so inspiring about live instruments. I don't know what it is. And it's not like I've never fucking heard a live instrument before, you know what I mean? But like the fact that it's just like unheard, like recorded, like, and it's so like just very, uh, what's the word? Like it's just raw. It's just very raw. Something about that is super inspiring, and it totally makes you want to like just make music like right now. You know what I mean? It's definitely one of those things that gets me hyped, like especially as a producer, man. Like it just is. I don't know why. But all in all, man, a wonderful loop, a wonderful melody. Um and a lot of the progressions here are great, and you can hear like almost the crispiness and like the newness here in this guitar. Like it's actually interesting. Like it's not like you could like tell it's new, right? But you can hear how fresh it is, and like how like clear the sounds are, and it's just a great example of like how simple shit like this can be so awesome. So awesome. So yeah, man, I'm a huge fan of this. Roops has sent in a couple of loops before here on Music Mondays, and a couple of different instruments, and Rubes is just a huge like musician that like loves the core of what it is, and that's just creating sounds and playing music. And that's that's one thing I'm very happy that we have the ability to showcase here on Music Mondays, is not only people who are skilled like that, but the people who care about it like with no strings attached. Like just no strings, fucking all passion, and you just love it, and it's peaceful, and it's just so inspiring to me, man. It really is, genuinely. So yeah, man. With that said, Rubes will be crossing over to not like the real production side, but like I guess the modern production side. Me and him are going to be coming out with a track. I'm not sure what we're going to do with it. Probably just put it out as a single, test the waters, and then or I could stick it on a project. But either way, me and Rubes got something in store. I dropped my last track like probably like a month ago or so. So I have a couple things in store. So be on the lookout for Zomslays updates without a doubt. But thank you to Rubes. Shout out to Rubes. Make sure you follow Rubes on Twitter, and of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. No strings except guitar strings. That's right, my friend. That is right, my friend. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. Closing in on 50 subs, man. Make sure you drop a like, show some love to these artists as well. Click the description box. Tell them Music Monday sent you, man. We upload 2 times a week, Thursdays, Saturdays, full episodes, music tips and tricks. All the wonderful Music Mondays content is here live on the channel. So, chat. Last but not least, let's check this out. We got the homie, Mac 2 Times. And he submitted a track titled A Cold Day in Hell. And his description, I'm starting a game with the covers now. There's a hidden emoji somewhere in the cover art. This one's pretty easy to find, but the ones in the future will not be. LOL. Enjoy the banger. Yo, Mac is truly the fucking man. Like, let me talk about Mac for a second here. Mac is one of the artists that we've featured here on Music Mondays for like probably the last 3 or 4 weeks, but I forget when their original first submission was, but they've taken every piece of advice like head on, and Mac has just fully fucking fully come full circle. Takes the advice, tries to improve himself. Every song is a new different style. His flows are improved, his mixes are improved, new beats. Like Mac is like really coming into form as an artist, and it makes me so happy. Like as the host of Music Mondays, the founder of Music Mondays, the platform, this is like the ultimate goal, is to like help artists get to where they want to be. And you know, if reviews, if my consultation, if my anything like that helps, that's great, because that's why we do this. That's why I do this. And that's why we continue to strive for this shit, man. So shout out to Mac for continuously pushing yourself, man. And there's the man himself. Mac, what's good, homie? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. But yeah, shout out to Mac. Definitely really inspiring to see somebody like this. And just keep pushing and just always get better each week with each submission. And to like continuously work like that too. Like some artists like drop a lot and then some artists don't, right? But I think the ones that do consistently drop like always benefit from it, because for example, Mac here has been getting better and better and better each submission, each new track. So it's really awesome to see. Really, really fucking awesome to see. And now with the covers and the emojis, like bro, that's such a creative thing. And I've been in this scene for 5 years, and I've only seen like a handful of like Easter egg covers and like shit that you do with covers that's like kind of cool. And this is such a dope fucking idea. Like not often do you see shit like this. So let's pop this open a new tab, man. Let's check this one out. This will be good. This will be real good. So obviously this one's a little bit easy to see, but I've always been a huge fan of Mac's covers regardless, dude. Mac has this art style where it almost reminds me of Offspring's, except like Mac has like his own touches where it's either like super simplistic and really nice, or it's like this where it's really creative. You have like the dope fonts, and the emoji right here is just like standard, like it's like a Mac staple almost at this point, because Mac has always got like really dope emojis, really like it's not even really dope emojis. It's really like the way that they're used is the big deal here. I think the way that they're used and like the fact that they're so like well utilized is just impressive. It's so impressive. And honestly, one of the first things I've noticed since like fucking like day one pretty much. Cause like I remember when Mac used to have like the really, really simple like 2 emoji covers. The heart isn't the one you're looking for, by the way. Oh shit, really? Shit, is that it? Fuck, what is it? What emoji is that? Am I tripping? That's definitely it. Yeah, that's gotta be it. What? Oh, that's the fucking. That's the cold. It's the ice. Fucking. Yeah. Okay, I see it now. No. I see it now. Yo. Okay, I get it. That's heat. Yeah. See, chat. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I love that fucking concept. I love that concept. Like it's really the little shit too. Like just the fact that Mac mentioned that to us, and the fact that we were able to like just fucking talk about that and like do that on stream, that's gonna be something I look forward to every week. Much like Offspring short films and you know the consistently submitting artists, man. Like shit like that is like it makes it so dope and like almost like a tradition. You know what I mean? And like you do like little cool Easter eggs like that, and like you could even do it for like your supporters in the future and like get them on board too. And concepts like this go far. So all in all, definitely love the idea. And the cover's super max standard as well. Um, really love it. Really, really love it, especially the font. But I think the blue heart is like perfect because Cold Day in Hell definitely hits. So with that said, last but not least, Homie Mac 2 times. Cold Day in Hell. Let's get it.
It's a cold day in hell. I know that shit don't make no sense. I'm stuck deep in a well. Something like in abyss, and I don't think it's hard to tell. You should know that I'm depressed, like a turtle in a shell. Got my hands balled in a fist. Right now I'm drunk off my ass, that's why I'm walking with a limp. Not gonna lie, damn it fell, cause I'm about high as a blimp. In the past I don't dwell, focused on the present. I'm so tired of all these L's, I really need a win. These niggas be lying, man, I swear that they don't fuck with me. Got the heart of a lion, trust me when I say that I'm gonna eat that fake shit I be buying. You transparent right through you, I see I'm moving way too fast. Take some Sprite, put that shit up and lean. Don't know how you're hating, you someone that I could never be. When it come to choosing friends, I think of that shit cleverly. Trust me when I say it, till you die, you gon' remember me. Tryna be on some kind of shit with my own documentary. If you got a dream, and chase it. If you don't, then you will never. If it's a competition, I'm a cannibal, I'm a Jeffrey. I need to be number one, so that's something you will never reach. When it comes to music, I'm a pastor, listen when I preach. It's a cold day in hell. I know that shit don't make no sense. I'm stuck deep in a well. Something like in a abyss.
Hook is mad good.
It's hard to tell. You should know that I'm depressed, like a turtle in a shell. Got my hands balled in the fist. Right now I'm drunk off my ass, that's why I'm walking with a limp. Not gonna lie, damn it fell, cause I'm about high as a blimp. In the past I don't dwell, focused on the present. I'm so tired of all these L's, I really need a win. Soon as I get the ball, already know that I'm gonna lay it up. Niggas like a baseball pitch, cause they steady changing up. If I had a problem with you in the past, ain't no making up. You dumb if you thought it wouldn't last, you cannot hang with us. I don't treat it like a minor bruise, that shit ain't no paper cut. You ain't getting let back in the door, gon' be forever shut. I might be addicted cause I'm steady with a double cup. If I got no pills, best believe I'm gon' refill it up. This shit get it real bad cause I'm looking for a fight or fuss. But it ain't shit to fight about, I'm steady making some shit up. Losing my friends all because of these damn drugs. They not even there no more when I really need a hug. It's a cold day in hell. I know that shit don't make no sense. I'm stuck deep in a well. Something like in abyss, and I don't think it's hard to tell. You should know that I'm depressed, like a turtle in a shell. Got my hands balled in the fist. Right now I'm drunk off my ass, that's why I'm walking with a limp. Not gonna lie, damn it fell, cause I'm about high as a blimp. In the past I don't dwell, focused on the present. I'm so tired of all these L's, I really need a win.
Fucking heat, man. Fucking heat. Son of a bitch. I think the hook has got to be one of the shining stars here. For sure, for sure. Fuck me. So let's just hop right into this one, chat. You guys know the drill. We're going to break this down. We're going to talk about three things. We're going to talk about the instrumental. We're going to talk about vocals. And we're going to talk about the overall theme of Cold Day in Hell. So, right off rip, this instrumental is a staple in, I'd say, Mac's library. You have a really good emotional piano with some really good hard-hitting trap drums. I'd say one of the better parts here is the 808. The 808 is really nice. The sound design is also awesome. I mean, for a 3-person beat collab, this is definitely like as simple and as good as it could have gotten. Because 3 people on a beat, sometimes things can get a little, hectic and et cetera, et cetera. Fuck me. Three heads on an instrumental could go really, really good or really, really bad. And this is perfect because it's not overdone. The drums aren't like too overbearing. There's not too much going on. There's plenty of room for Mac's vocals, which, by the way, the mix on this beat's perfect. Everything's hitting really hard, but Mac's vocals don't like need to be raised or lowered. I think they're perfect here for this mix. Um, so yeah, standard beat choice for Mac, but definitely a more difficult piano choice for sure. Like, um, you know, I could see some people having some trouble with this, but I feel like the hook that Mac wrote for this and the way it was performed is really good. So this instrumental definitely a solid choice. Very simple and not too overbearing, but I also like the quality of it though. The quality is really nice. Um, so all in all, instrumental solid. Mix was great. Um, let's talk about vocals here. Mac's vocal mix is actually really good. Like since day one, I don't think I've ever really had a problem with it. Or like thought it needed really adjusting. If anything, I feel like it's gotten crispier since like day one where we first had Mac on the show here. So I feel like it's like improving all the time. And whoever mixes, whether it be Mac or their engineer, I feel like the mix is on point for Mac. Um, 100%. And like I said, fits really well on the beat. Everything still hits really good. Still knocking really, really good. Um, lyrically, this is one of the songs that Mac shines in. I feel like this is really good writing. This is really, really good songwriting. We've had such good songwriting tonight, so it's almost like in the fucking stars that Mac was gonna have like some banger writing here, because like if we've had nothing but heat tonight, so it's kind of like fuck me, interesting. But songwriting is excellent, and like I really noticed it on the second pass of the hook, and I was like, wow, this is actually like this is like really really good writing. Like and like Max always had like this really excellent way with like emotional words and emotional writing, but I feel like this one is like not only written well, but it's executed really well. Like as far as the hook goes, awesome. Really, really awesome. And one thing about this though is the structure. I'd say the structure is what like like Mac benefited from this structure because it's two verses, two hooks, and it's just under 3 minutes. Like not a super complicated layout. The standard 2 and 2, and I truly think that this is like one of Mac's like bread and butters. Like I feel like Mac's really good at doing this and making hooks that can stick, because like Mac can like do a verse or do a hook and then follow it up and like make it sound really well. um so all in all, I'm a huge fan of this structure. Super simple, just like the beat. And I feel like the beat and the structure just let Mac do all the work, man. You know what I mean? Like you didn't really need to do too much here for a track like this, because everything was already knocking hard, everything's already nice and wide. And all it took was a little bit of structure, and you have a nice track like this for sure. Um, flows were good. Definitely Mac flows for sure. Um, Mac's always progressing and like always expanding his uh whether it be cadence, beat library, things he tries. So it's really dope to hear a track like this and hear Mac like go full force into a hook and not only make it like emotional, but like almost motivational in a way this writing is, but it's also performed that way and recorded that way. So honestly, it's an all around like good representation of Mac. To be honest with you, really really good vocal representation of Mac, especially like current day, 2022. If you're to show somebody what does your music sound like, what are you working on, this is what I would show them. I mean, I have others that I did enjoy as well, but this is one, you know what I mean? What's your latest shit? Boom, this is what I would send for sure. Um, let's move on to the theme. Aesthetically, the cover's great. We've always been a fan of Mac covers here on Music Mondays. The chat has always loved them. I've always enjoyed them. Incorporating emojis in like a non-corny way is something I've always thought was super cool. I feel like Mac does a really good job at making like his own style of art and then throwing in some like really prominent like images and like things that like always go with the theme. Mac's like a designer at heart, so I really fuck with this cover. Aesthetically, perfect, goes with the track title as well. Lyrically, the theme here is, you know, Mac has always had these really emotional tracks that not only like myself and like other artists can relate to, but people can relate to as well. And I think that's one thing that Mac is going to be very good at, is being able to voice his problems in music, but be able to help people as well by having them being able to relate. Like, yo, like I went through that too, and you know, it's why so many artists were so successful. You know what I mean? Um, you know, so many, so many are just, you know, when you bring pain and emotion into music, right, and you release it out into the world, and people relate to that, it has the like special bond of something, and it just brings people together like almost no other music. It's something I've never felt. It's kind of crazy. Um, but when you want to talk about more emotional sides of music, and it's not that this is like a very, you know, Adele, hello, it's me kind of vibe, but it's definitely lyrically heavy as far as emotion goes. And I think making tracks like this is beneficial mentally, because it's one of the healthiest ways to put out art into the world and take care and get thoughts out. And then it helps other people in the world as well. So if you're an artist out there, don't ever feel like your art is like too sad, or you know what I mean? Like, people make music based on where they're at in their life. So if you're sad right now in your life, you're fucking going through depression, you're really happy, you're really angry, you know what I mean? Music is a reflection of where you were at the time you made the song. So I always have a real big soft spot for not only emotional music, but people who lay it all out on the line when it comes to lyrics, and you know, making it fit into tracks, and really like caring about their track here, because even aesthetically, you know, the cover, the track title, it's all effort, and it all looks really good to me. It's an artist that cares about their work, and to me, that's the ultimate thing that matters. And as long as you keep pushing yourself, who knows? You know what I mean? So you have the passion, you just got to keep going. Pretty much, just keep working the way that you're working, and keep music, and just keep music as like a general outlet. That's really one of the main things that anybody could get from Mac's work, is like how beneficial it is to have music as an outlet. For real. So with that said, man, I'm a huge fan of Cold Day in Hell. Mac, thank you for the submission, homie. Much fucking love. I cannot wait to hear what you cook up next. Thank you for the sub. So per usual, make sure you follow Mac on SoundCloud. He's approaching 30 followers. Make sure you go shoot him a follow if you enjoy Mac's art, man. Definitely a hardworking, talented underground artist. 100%. 100%. And per usual, make sure you follow Mac on Twitter at Mac2times. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. Drop a like. Check out some of these artists that we have linked in the description box, man. Make sure you show them some love. And of course, we upload every Thursday and Saturday, full episodes, Music Mondays, tips, tricks, everything like that. Exclusive music, whole lot of good stuff. So be on the lookout. And if you're already subbed, thank you. Appreciate it, bro. Yo, you're welcome, Mac. Thank you for the submission, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. So, chat. We're done, man. We got through just about 20 submissions or so. Huge shout out to everybody who submitted tonight. That was actually a really crazy show. That was genuinely something that's like, you know, I always say that the shows are just getting crazier and crazier, but they really are, man. Like, they really fucking are. And it's so nuts. Truly. So we'll just chill out, chat it up for a bit. I'll tell you guys what's happening for the next week in Music Mondays. And yeah, big shout out to anybody who tuned in tonight, showed love, submitted a track. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. That was a damn near a little bit over 5-hour show, man. Like 5 hours and 14 minutes. So if you're part of the late night crew tonight, thank you. It's about 1:30 on the East Coast, about 10:30 on the West Coast, 6 a.m. UK time. Shout out to the late night crew, for real. Thank you guys. Long show, lots of great submissions. Great rant in the beginning of the show. Just a lot of great content tonight, man. And I can't thank you guys enough for supporting the show, for real. So what's coming up next for Music Mondays? Well, per usual, the standard. Submissions open tomorrow for next week, episode 68. If you're interested in submitting a track for next week, make sure you follow us on social media at All Music Mondays. Basically on every platform. Stay up to date with when we go live, submissions open, submissions close, all that sort of thing. SoundCloud Sunday, volume 29 submissions open this Wednesday. Be on the lookout for that as well. If you're interested in joining our SoundCloud Sunday playlist, make sure you follow us for more information. A new article this Friday by our writer Ray Lowe, allmusicmondays.com. A nice think piece. We're getting the ball rolling on written pieces, and every week we've been putting out some fucking bangers. Last week I put out a written piece on our new Music Mondays album, Curry Case of the Mondays, dropping May 14th. So make sure you just go visit allmusicmondays.com at the bottom left of your screen, right there. You go type that in and you go check out our website. You're going to find all the information you need. And of course, plenty of wonderful articles as well. This week, we're bringing on a new staff member, our first official DJ. Be on the lookout for that. That's something that's really important as well. And we're slowly looking into, I'm either going to fund a face cam or I'm going to use another cam that I have around the crib. But having face cam for the show is going to be coming either like by the end of the summer or like sometime during the summer. But yeah, honestly, it was mostly just because I didn't have like a 1081 and I really wanted a 1081, but I'm gonna settle for like 720 so that way we can have like better reactions and shit. I don't know if I'll use it like every single time. Maybe we'll like, you know, have like a separate screen or something like that. But yeah, man, that's something that I'm toying around with as well. This week we're also launching a new podcast logo, not a new Music Mondays logo. Everything's gonna stay the same, but we actually have an official podcast logo now, so be on the lookout for that as well on our socials. Lots of really great announcements. Working hard on the album. Planning a couple of really good events for the summer, and just really grinding, man. Trying to stay consistent, and yeah, it's sometimes overwhelming, but you know, between YouTube uploads, the podcast, making sure the staff's good, writing pieces, uploading, you know, descriptions, posting on social media, it's definitely a handful. So I shout out you guys for real for always supporting and really just coming through, whether you follow the show, support the show, anything like that. Thank you for supporting myself and Music Mondays. Thank you. I appreciate it, for real. Yeah, man, just stay up to date with us. We're live every Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, doing lots of reviews, shit ton of reviews, lots of great content here, lots of great rants, working on a couple special guest episodes as well for the show, because I know you guys really enjoyed those. And just overall, man, just keeping the content flowing, really trying to get everything in tip-top shape to bring you the best underground content that you could ever want. No gimmicky bullshit, none of the horse shit, No paid promo. None of the bullshit, bro. Music Mondays is gonna be the platform you want to be associated with, for real. And just something I've always known, and it's always been the vision for me. And I won't give up on the pure underground sanctuary that I have in my head, man. And that I'm gonna build for everybody. So, you guys are a part of the vision, man, and I thank you, for real. And with that said, shout out to everybody who came through, man. Whether you were King Mark, Hale, Rubes, Offspring, Hestwick, Mac, anybody else that came through, lurked, Bloodcat, Absono, you guys are the real ones, man. Anybody who lurked and chilled, thank you, thank you, thank you. And a huge shout out to King Mark and Hestwick for dropping a tier 1 and a Twitch Prime from King Mark, man. Like, for real. You guys subbing to the channel is just something that I can't thank you enough for. It's really just... It's really something that not only supports me, but supports Music Mondays. It's how I fund events. It's how I fund my equipment. It's how I keep everything flowing here on Music Mondays, and I'm able to put on a stream, and I'm able to do things like that. So thank you for subbing and supporting the channel. And you know, if you do drop a sub, you get no ads, emotes, lots of benefits for subscribing here on Twitch. It's the easiest way to support the platform in any way possible. And if you can't subscribe, you're not inclined. Never feel inclined. But for those who do, thank you. I literally from the bottom of my heart appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, man, tonight was a fucking banger. Tonight was a real banger. So, with that said, chat, that's gonna do it for the kid, man. And that's gonna do it for episode 67. Shout out to everybody who came through, showed love. I'll be on tomorrow for my regular gaming stream, and I'll see you next Monday for episode 68. I love you guys. Take care. I'll see you next week for episode 68. It's been your boy Zom Slays. I love you guys. Be safe. Later, 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 later.